minutes for closed session?
Nothing on email.
All right, nothing in person. May we please have a roll call?
Trustee Jackson Miller,
Present.
trustee Donnelly,
Present.
trustee Dickinson,
Present.
trustee Edmondson,
Present.
and we have heard from trustee Gray that she will be here a bit later.
All right, the board will convene to close session. George. All right, welcome everybody. It's so wonderful to see a room full of smiling faces. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Can we please start with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Ms. Hadris.
So I'm proud to introduce Ella Kelly, who is our president of our student council, who will be giving the pledge.
Everyone, please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. SoCal Union Elementary School District's mission is that staff, students, parents, and the community help ensure each child develops skills and character necessary for lifelong achievement and responsible citizenship in this diverse world.
All right.
You're not getting away that. If it's all right with you, your principal, your teachers have written some very kind words about you, and if it's all right, I'd love to share them with the whole audience and all of our many, many viewers on YouTube. Ella Kelly is a driven and passionate young leader, currently serving as the president of New Brighton Student Government with a bright future ahead of her. She has one older brother who is currently a sophomore at Soquel High School, and she also plans to attend Soquel next year. Ella has big dreams and is determined to make them a reality, with aspirations to become a marine biologist. In addition to her academic and career goals, Ella is a talented athlete. She plays as an outside hitter for the Main Beach Volleyball Club, where her skill and dedication on the court shines. Dance is another one of her passions, and she enjoys expressing herself through movement, adding another layer to her diverse talents and interests. Ella's love for animals is evident in her home life, where she is the proud owner of 3 cats and 1 dog, all of whom bring her joy and companionship. Outside of her athletic and academic endeavors, Ella enjoys exploring her creative side through wheel pottery. Cool. With a combination of determination, creativity, and a deep love for both the natural world and athletic pursuits, Ella Kelly is certainly on her way to achieving great things in the future. If you wouldn't mind, I know the board and I have some follow-up questions. We love talking to our bright leaders, and if it's okay with you, we'd love to ask you some questions.
Of course.
Right on. I want to start with
Yeah,
Amanda.
sure. Let's start with an easy one, I hope. What led you to the interest in marine biology? Like, for example, do you go check out the king tides, or is there something that you like to do here in Santa Cruz that inspired that interest?
Yeah, when I was growing up, I would always go out surfing with my dad and like learning about like tide pools and all the marine animals, and I've just like grown to love it. So it's just something that's like special to me.
Nice. Thank you.
Well, I had the pleasure of meeting Ella this afternoon, and I didn't know, I guess we didn't touch base on that, and I didn't realize you were also the president of the student council. We'll get there later on, but we went over everything pretty much what was read, and but you tap dance too,
Yeah.
and that's amazing is that you compete
Yeah.
in tap dancing. And explain the taps. We're talking about, they have different tones
Mhm.
too, that you have to change them out on
Yeah.
your shoe.
Mhm.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It's kind
Give
of,
us an example.
Yeah.
you kind of just have to like go with the music, and it has to be even the whole time. Like it can't be like different sounds, kind of like it has to all be like flowing throughout the whole routine, and it can't just feel like clunky. It kind of just has to like flow.
Did you ever have to change the tap at the last minute?
No, but I've had to get new tap shoes a couple of times.
Oh,
So
you really go through them.
yeah,
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And then volleyball too,
yeah,
outside hitter, and that's amazing too. I know you really like volleyball as well too. And then you mentioned, you wanted to volunteer at the SCPA.
yeah.
SBA.
SPCA.
SPCA, which one is? Anyways, when you turn 14.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, that's your love for animals as well,
Mhm.
too. All right.
I'm a lot more basic. I just want to know the names of your cats and dogs.
I have 3 cats. One's name is Ringo, one's name is Coraline, and one's name is Cleo. And then my dog's name is Sawyer.
Nice, thank you.
I think it's neat that you spin pottery on a
Mhm.
wheel.
Yeah.
What kinds of things do you make?
I've made like a really big chip and dip bowl, which I use for a lot of things,
Oh,
which I really
nice.
like. And I've made some vases for flowers, so I like that too.
Are you headed to SoCal High?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a nice pottery.
Mhm.
Yeah. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for starting off our meeting. It is
Well, she's a
always.
big book reader too. We're talking
Oh,
about the book.
Ted has more questions.
About the books that you've been reading.
I really like fantasy and like horror / like crime books.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Detectives, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
What are you reading right now?
I'm reading oh gosh. Oh, it's called like Where She Fell, I think. It's like about this girl who like falls into a cave. Like yeah.
Got me already? Good start.
Yeah.
If it's okay with you, we'd love to take a picture with
Yeah.
you, your family, if you have a teacher here or Miss Adrius or something like that, that might be interested in jumping in the photo with it.
Mom's here.
Perfect. And,
Mom, you want to be in?
and not to be outdone, I know your brothers in high school, brothers are probably a little more simple most times. So we have some notebooks if you want to bring one home for them or some
And feel free to grab something.
pens.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody you want to.
Jessica.
You might.
She's gonna be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job.
There you go. Here, stand
It's a lot easier with this way, yeah.
in front of me. Yeah, I know. Like it knows it is.
Yeah, you gotta run, right? Exactly. I got my sound on. Perfect, gotcha.
Thanks so much for starting our.
Yeah.
I'll go get it, yeah.
She's gonna go grab.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the variety of
Yeah.
what it's like in different districts. That's right.
All right. Moving on to 3B, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda.
A second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, report out of closed session is there's nothing to report. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Robert makes.
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? All right, moving on. Yay, this is the best part. This is the recognition. This is why you're all here. So glad you're here. We're gonna start with the recognition of the 2024-25 New Brighton Middle School Student Government Officers.
We made sure she got, just as one aside, we have a new addition for the pledge leader, and that is a gift card to Bookshop Santa Cruz. By our own by our own Ted Donald. So for a great reader, that's gonna be a nice treat.
Yeah.
Right. Would you like to introduce,
All right.
I would,
set them up?
thank
Yeah.
you so much for this great night. I'm honored to introduce Miss Jessica Laurie, who's our student council advisor, who will introduce our students. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here again, It's my 3rd year in front of all of you. So I'm delighted to introduce this year's student council leaders. I'm going to start first with somebody that we already know, and that is our president, Miss Ella Kelly.
All right.
And then we have our 8th grade representative, Miss Sophia Hilton. We have our 7th grade treasurer, that is going to be Levi Newman. and our vice president, 8th grade Conrad Killen. I'm delighted with this group of people. They are phenomenal. They have vision, they have drive, they have ambition. They are trying to build and continue on with our motto of bringing together school spirit, both within the school and outside in the community. We are currently in the middle of our food drive. We will start our toy drive when we come back from Thanksgiving break. We are having our first dance when we get back from Thanksgiving break. We are going to do a penny drive this year in relation to the 7th grade penny essay that everybody has to write. And it's just, which will go to St. Jude's most likely, I think. My charity person's not here, but just we've got a really ambitious agenda for ourselves this year. So I'm super excited to see what these young people bring to the table for us.
We have some awards we'd like to give out. Do you want to start?
Yeah, so this, for somebody not present, but I'm sure you'll pass it on. This
Of
is for
course.
Livia, who is the 7th grade representative.
And
Yep.
Lucy, Lucy's
also.
couldn't make it. All right. But I do see Levi. If you want to come on up, here you go.
Nice.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
Conrad, congratulations. Great job. Excellent work. I'm saving the seat for you.
Sophia Hilton.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Would like to ask them any questions about leadership?
I want to know about a penny drive. How does a penny drive work?
So it's pretty much during the penny essay, there's an argument that I don't know if it's very enough school, but they all pool pennies and they ended up donating, I think, something $300 ago. Was it 1,000? 3,000.
Wow.
Wow. You're not the treasurer, are you?
Wow.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Wow.
They raised about 3,000, which sadly has not been reached since last year. What was last year?
Last year was our first year. We got our feet wet with how do we do this food drive?
Yeah.
And one of the first things we learned is we need to do it when everybody's writing the penny essay.
Yeah.
That helps.
So we all put it in, I think mostly humanities, right?
It was humanities.
We just put it in our humanities classes and they all put pennies into the jars or boxes and then we all pool it for, I think, St. Jude's.
It went to St. Jude's last time. So we're still working on the details for how we want to do it this year and feedback from our, past endeavors to see.
So how do you deliver $3,000 worth of?
Not sure.
I mean.
A wheelbarrow or-
Yeah, I know. To the bank was like.
I'm curious, what's your favorite part about being a student government officer?
My favorite part is just being able to help the school the best I can and just try to make it as fun as a place for all the kids coming in.
Nice.
Do all you guys plan on, do you,
I heard she was almost gonna talk.
oh, yeah, sorry.
I like just knowing that, like, obviously we can't change a lot because we're students, but there are some things we can change. And I like knowing that those things we can change for the better.
Nice. Levi, what do you think?
I like that we can solve problems, mostly going on with like students and hopefully they, just have a better time at school.
Nice. Conrad?
I like being able to raise positivity and like kind of inclusivity into our school that we hadn't had before, but hopefully we can add now.
Oh.
Or more than before.
Yeah.
I love that. That's right along with our mission statement here. That's great. You guys all went through the process of being elected. Now that you've done it, you see what the job is. Is it your intention to take further your careers in service? Because that's what this really is. It's service, Is that something y'all are interested in doing?
I mean, I don't really know yet. Obviously, I might want to become a marine biologist, but I'm not fully positive what I want to do yet. So I'll see what happens.
Okay.
I don't have any plans for what I want to be, but I think that maybe being a leader is something I would want to pursue.
Well, on your way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't know for sure what I want to be, but this sounds fun.
Yeah.
All right, all right.
I don't really plan on pursuing the leadership role. I feel like maybe leadership in a small business could be cool. But my main goal is like to be a head chef.
All right,
Nice.
love that. Right on.
Yeah.
You have a
Always
large
teaching, always
staff. You're most likely
Wow.
gonna be head of F&B, food and beverage at a place too. So a lot of people, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming to our meeting, and it's just wonderful to acknowledge all the work that you're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, we would love to get a picture.
Yeah.
Sit on the ground.
Guess I have to get out.
Yeah.
You don't have to. Somebody go.
Yeah. How's the lighting?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks again, everybody.
You get it.
You guys.
Yeah, you can toss my bag under there.
No, I just wanted.
I just didn't want
Maybe. You're welcome. Yeah, right.
See you later. Thanks for coming
Thanks for
in.
coming out, everybody.
Good meeting you. Ella.
Stay if you're on the soccer team.
Yeah.
Do it a couple times.
Should give the soccer people
Yeah.
a chance to move in.
Yeah.
Are you gonna
Right.
invite the soccer families in?
Oh.
Oh.
I get it.
Take. Right, here we go.
Wait, what's the like format?
Remember you might fall.
Right, with a parent.
We'd be cooking awful fast.
All them soccer. Thank you for waiting so patiently, everybody.
I feel like a clapping. We needed the two people. Just a little later.
Yeah.
But there we go. Okay.
Okay, now the team. We should do the thing.
Next.
Yeah.
We gotta work on our timing.
Yeah.
They're trying to.
Come on, guys. All right. Yeah. There you go. Make room. Make room. Tell your friends you're on YouTube right now.
Yeah. You let me go first.
Yeah.
The adults, and then you can start.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
You wanna switch?
All right, well, I'm just gonna say congratulations first, and we have so many people here, parents, students, the wonderful champions. We have the coach here, we have the athletic director, but I'm gonna let Principal Hadrian start and just say a few words and tee it all up.
Absolutely. Well, I am so honored to be able to be here tonight to show appreciation
to our, not eighth grade, this is all grade levels, to our boys soccer team at New Bright Middle School, who not only won the league, their league championship, but they also won the tournament as well. So I could call you guys like double champions there, right? Because it was like kind of back to back, right? And
Why not?
so, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And so, congratulations to them. And then, I'd also like to introduce Mr. Domo, who's our athletic director, who will then introduce
Yeah.
fabulous coach, Henry.
I want to congratulate everyone. I also want to say I'm not bragging,
Why, Brad?
but this is year 2 that we won, right? Okay.
Say back to back.
Back
There you
to
go.
2 years, and then we've been in the championship 3 years in a row, and then within the 5 years we've gotten 3 championships, right? So that's really good.
That's really
And not to take anything away from the boys, but the girls are undefeated right now too.
Yeah.
By Henry as well, too. Congratulations. Hey, it's only once in a lifetime, so keep it up. Moving on to high school, you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll.
Would you like to say-
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Garcia. We've been working together now for 6 years?
6 years.
6 years. He coaches our boys and our girls. He's also the varsity coach at the high school. So it's really a blessing to have him.
Oh, wow.
Being able to coach. Yeah, he's telling me I gotta go. I'm not worried about your high school right now. So, future. He's here, he's dedicated to us. He's always here. He complains a lot, but that's okay. But
This one of the kids?
I know, just I need this. I need that. I need that. Do we have refs? Yeah, I'm a professional. Of course we have refs. I'm gonna stop talking. He can introduce his team. Thank you.
Well, would you just like to say a few words about the boys and then we'll, yeah, coach? Yeah, we'd love to hear from you, coach.
Coach Garcia, as I've told, as you guys have been introduced, I gotta say, they've been phenomenal. From day one, grades was the best thing for me. I gotta give it to them on that because I put them all in the contracts. I said, hey, boys, let's keep working on it. And I gotta say, they all did their part. It was a great season, and I look forward to seeing a lot of them in high school. I know the parents were very proud, and it was an exciting season. Some of them have been with me for almost 3 years already, since 6th grade. So not much I can say to it, but I'm really happy. And if you miss pages, you'll be introducing them.
Oh, yeah, we'll read them off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got one.
Well,
We can tell you're really proud of them. Thank you.
If I could just add a couple more words to Henry, he's like so dedicated. He's not just here to help athletes grow in their sport, but also as the whole student and the whole student athlete. Like he's mentioned, grades are super important, character is super important. It's the whole child. And so I just really appreciate him being a part of our team to help develop our young athletes and our student athletes.
So,
So we have a couple of awards. Enrique, Mr. Domo, we have a certificate of recognition for all the hard work you do.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
You had to push it, but these 2 students have a practice to go to.
oh, okay.
Oh, let's give you a certificate. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
What's your
to interrupt you,
names?
and thank you.
I have Edders here, Eder Barrientos, right?
Yeah.
And who is the other one? Who is the other student that needs to go? Well,
Well,
what's your last name? Huh? Oh,
well.
all right. All right.
All right. Next, Coach Garcia, we have a recognition certificate for you.
Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hey, yeah. I love that smile, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm at the high school right now.
All right.
All right, did we start with
Yeah.
students? Okay, I'm gonna do my best in pronunciations. Please, I want to be respectful, but if I mess up anybody's name, I apologize in advance. I'll start with Waleed. Jorge. Jorge Servant. Leo, where's Leo? Right back. Two Leos, Leo Diaz Mendoza. There he is in the back. Edwin. Not here, okay. I'll give it to Mr. Domo. You give it to Edwin. All right, and now we have some other names.
Great. First of all, where do I get one of those necklaces? That's super cool. Elias Flores.
Great job.
Maximus Heimer.
Great job.
Samuel Trujillo.
Nice job.
Aiden Sormeno Juarez.
Good job. All right.
And Joaquin Cabada.
Yeah. Congratulations. Great job.
Yeah. Okay, so I have Leonardo Alvera Perez.
Yeah, way to go.
Oh, I know, huh? Hayden Mondragon, is that you pronounce it?
First.
And the I mean, okay,
Practice
that's
for
how it
promotion.
goes. He has experience. Samuel Tinder. Way to go, way to go. Are you the goalie? Elia Newman. All right. Way to go. Okay, Riley Clippus. All right, right. Okay, congratulations. Way to go.
All right. Sebastian Jukman? Sebastian? Congratulations. Sorry if I butchered your last name. Thank you.
Is that from soccer?
No.
Xavier Velasquez? Brian Cedillos. Thank you. Isaac Heredia? Not here. We will hang on to that for Isaac. Fernando Torres Claros. Thank you. Congrats. Thank you. Right.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Jason.
Jason.
We will make a special one for Jason. I will make sure we give that to you. Yep, yep.
Whoa.
And what is, Jason, what is your last name? Mendoza, Jason Mendoza.
Jason, come on up here.
Wow. There we go. Yeah.
Great job, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you again, boys.
Yeah.
Can I ask one of you to just speak for the team? What was the hardest game you had this year? B40? And did you, I'm assuming you won? Lost one time and had to come back and beat them? All right. What was one main characteristic that you learned from your coach on how to be a champion? Please be humble and kind. I like it.
Explain the last game, because that was the most exciting game that I've ever been to. Or Paris, explain that last game. That was awesome. Yeah, please.
They nominated you. How did the last game go?
You got it.
It's a team captain. What was so tough about the last game? How did it go?
The B40, they scored the first goal, and then we scored.
You scored.
He's so humble.
There's a humble place and then we just one on pens.
Nice.
All right, all right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Parents, thank you for coming out. Do we want to try for a picture?
Yeah.
Guys, can you get right in here? Just please stop that way.
I just want to thank the parents for the support, because you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'll stand next to Coach.
Putting you to the test, Jen, here. Oh, what a nice picture.
Yeah.
You guys in the back can hold your stuff.
Yeah. Who's got the click? I'm calling TMZ.
It sounds like they're at an interview, you know, the championship interview.
Okay, you need a left.
Awesome. Well, thank you for representing our school for you guys. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
There we go. Parents, thank you again for coming out tonight. Yes.
I mean, not.
Oh, look at that. Thank you so much.
Yes, I saw.
Oh, excited.
You know.
Yeah, yes, big overlap there. You pass that down to either Miss Laurie or one of those fine folks will pass that on, I'm sure.
All right, that almost rivaled reclassification.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was good.
We've set the bar now, any of the champions.
Yeah,
We got
yeah,
it by.
This is telling Mr. Turnbull that a number of those students we have seen in the classification ceremony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
fantastic.
So awesome.
We have, yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
We didn't know how many to expect, so that was awesome. Yeah.
That's gotta be probably one of the biggest turnouts
Yeah.
we've ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Probably speaks highly of like the values of the coach.
Yeah.
Promotes, you know.
Together.
Yeah.
And look at.
Yeah. Yeah. Shows a lot of mutual respect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and how lucky to get the coach from SoCal High to teach our kids, you know, and have that natural progression right into his, you know, his system. Great. The evening's just beginning for them, I think.
They thought we did.
All right, are we ready to, continue recognizing amazingness?
Let's do it.
All right. Moving on to recognition of Jessica Laurie for the yearbook awards.
Yay.
Yeah.
Get you again.
Recognition. Okay, so yeah, Jessica Laurie is our teacher of many, wears many hats, I guess I should say. She wears many hats. Yeah, they on her. So she is student council advisor. She does yearbook. She does so many wonderful things. If we need anything, Brittany and I would go to Jessica and well, and she
doesn't say no.
I don't think.
She should say no. She should say no sometimes, but she doesn't say no. But it's, yeah. But she loves our students so much, and she's so dedicated to her craft, to our students, to our school, to everything about it, to make our school such a better place. And so I just really appreciate you, and we're so happy we're here to honor you. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was highlighting all of my stuff, but. We, this year for yearbook 1-3, this is our second, this is my third year again teaching yearbook, and this is my second year receiving acknowledgement for placing in our, the yearbook company nationwide holds contests, and you submit, the students choose their best. In our class, the students choose the best of the 4 categories that are available, and I submit the work, and we vote nationwide on what people, you know, on what people think is the best sports photos, best page layouts, best photos in general. And it's a big deal to be given an honorable mention, as we were in 3 of the 4 categories this year. 1 for the overall yearbook, some for the photography that was taken, and for the page layouts and designs. So I'm super proud of our students. It's a lot of hard work, and it's a lot of self-driven work. So where I'm hovering over, I'm going, okay, it's Spirit Week. You haven't gotten a camera yet. It's on you. Let's go. But it really, they're just, it's a wonderful outlet, and really kind of taps into a lot of different artistic creativity for them. So it's super, I'm super proud when they're acknowledged and honored, and I appreciate being acknowledged today. Thank you.
I think that's great, yeah.
Well, thanks for the yearbook. I
Yeah.
just want to say thanks for the yearbook. That's a huge undertaking in
Yeah.
itself, but even
It's so
more
much fun.
importantly, thanks for exhibiting leadership. I think being with the student governance team, they see you as a leader and modeling leadership and stepping up, and they follow your lead. So thanks for all you do for the school.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
How many kids, students, or staff?
This semester we have 19. And then we switch every semester. And so last year I started off with 28 in semester 1, and then 33 in semester 2. And so it's a lot of parts to juggle for them. And then in addition to like developing parts of the yearbook, they've got to come up with an overall theme and an idea. And there's a lot of negotiating and learning how to accept when your choice wasn't picked, or how to figure out how to find middle and common ground. And then with semester 2, they've got to come in, and they don't have as much say in what happens, because it's already, there's a lot of pieces that have already been established, and they'll have their own individual responsibilities with, let's market the yearbook, how are we going to promote this? How are we going to, you know, so it's very interesting to kind of retrain everybody every semester with different pieces and parts.
What's the region, or how many schools?
It's a nationwide company, and
Wow.
there's at least several hundred schools that are competing.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
Wow.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
yeah. So
Wow, look
we're
at go
very
little
lucky.
SoCal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're very lucky. I'm very proud of all their hard work.
We have a certificate of recognition for you. Thank you so much.
What's the deadline on the yearbook?
We have to have it turned into publication by the beginning of April in order to ensure that it gets to us before the end of the school year. So every year it fluctuates a little bit, but it's a tight deadline.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Keeping busy, sure.
It's a beautiful book.
I
Even
should've
if my
brought
kid
our
doesn't
copy.
want the yearbook, I'm like, we're getting the yearbook, because you will, if you don't want it, if you think you don't want it right now, you're going to
Yes.
later. I love looking through it.
Always buy that thing.
Beautiful. Really well done.
All right.
No, man.
All that recognition is so wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone.
I always like to say credit to Ted. I mean, all the board embraces recognition, but the motivation to increase it really came from Ted's request. And so keep looking for more in the future.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on to public communications. We'll start with in-room. And we have a comment from Julia Reichel. And before you come up, I'll just read something about public comment. Thank you, Miss Laurie. All right. Members of the audience are welcome to address the Board of Trustees during public communications regarding items not listed on this agenda. For items not listed on the agenda, we request you fill out a form. 3 minutes may be allotted to each speaker and a maximum of 20 for each subject. The trustees cannot take action on these matters unless such matters are placed on a future agenda according to law. If the item is on the agenda, you will have the opportunity to speak at the time the agenda item is discussed. Please address the board president. These proceedings are video recorded. All right, Julia, would you like to come up and give your comment?
Brought notes because I'm a very poor public speaker. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Julia Reichel. I have 2 children that go to Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary. I just wanted to come and speak about the lack of written policy for the TK and K morning/late start placement. So today my husband spoke with the principal and office manager regarding the next year 25-26 school year for how they decide on placement since there's no registration. So they kind of discussed an email that we sent in January to ask parents about their preferences for early/late start. But it doesn't seem like there's any policy in place how to pick, the families to go which one. It seems like there's a preference for most families to pick early start. So we feel strongly that there should be a written policy so that there's a very clear understanding how to place families. We've just had pretty negative experiences from being in the late start. So we just want to have a written policy in place so we know exactly what to do. So we know what to do. I live in a place of policies as a nurse in a hospital. So I feel like they're a great thing to have. And yeah, so that's just what I wanted to bring up today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Anyone else in the room like to make a public comment? All right. Do we have anything on email?
Nothing on email.
All right. Moving on to standing reports, items from the superintendent.
Right. Bring up some notes here. And so I was able to attend the AXA Elementary Education Conference. So that's AXA is our administrators across California organization. I was in San Diego. I just went to the Elementary Education Council. I'm a member of that, which I'm really fortunate to be a part of. And it was a very productive meeting with other elementary educators from around the state and just collaborating and talking about how we can advocate for better education across California. And I think it's a good time to say thank you to the board for being supportive of that. Not all districts and boards are as supportive of their administrators being able to be a part of AXA and attending those sessions. And just appreciate that you all value professional development and allow me to do that. The next thing that I would like to note is just a little bit on chronic absenteeism. At the last board meeting, I talked about attendance rates going up, which is great. And the other lens to look at it is chronic absenteeism, which we want to reduce. And we are down this year at our most recent look at the data to 15%, which is continuing the decrease over the last several years. And our goal is to get under 10%. So staff is working hard on making that a reality. I was able to attend on November 14th, the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day at Main Street Elementary. And it was Ruby Bridges is somebody who helped integrate schools back when she was a 6-year-old in New Orleans. And it's just an amazing story. I want to give a big shout out to Janelle Kennedy, who is the campus supervisor over at Main Street. She was really the catalyst who made this event happen over at Main Street. And it was wonderful. We met up at the Big White Church and walked to school with banners and pennants celebrating diversity and inclusiveness. We were able to have SEA negotiation session earlier this week and just want to thank the SEA team for the positive collaboration as we look for ways to strengthen our collective bargaining agreement in a collaborative manner. Tomorrow we start off with CSEA negotiations, and I will just say lastly, while we can't fully celebrate, we can say that Measure P is at 56% and looking really, really strong. So it'll be final on December 3rd, and then we can really celebrate. That's all from me.
Great, thank you so much. Assistant Superintendent. Okay, great. Well, I'm just gonna share too, although there are so many great things. But I will just tag on to what Superintendent Turnbull talked about, and I was able to attend the AXA Leadership Summit in San Diego last week as well. As the board knows, I'm the president of our Santa Cruz charter, and we do a lot of legislative action work for educators and students and families in our state. So it's really great for me to be able to spend time with leaders that are doing that same important work. I will have an update in the Friday update for you guys, so you'll get to see some of the things that we got to do during that time that I think you might like as well. And then because I see two of the teachers here, one of the highlights the last week was going to Santa Cruz Gardens yesterday. We had our principals, leaders, and learning meeting yesterday, and we were able to do some walkthroughs and looking at focus students and their educational experience and how their teachers are really nurturing that classroom environment for them to learn. And so two teachers that I got to go into their classroom are here. I just really want to celebrate their work, but also their principal is working really, really hard on, trying to support students who don't know always how to take command over their own cognitive load, right? And to do the work that it's required. So I'm just really proud to be part of that ongoing work in our district. It's been going on for a couple of years now. We really see a lot of positive change. So those are my two updates for tonight.
Okay. Well, I really don't have much to share out. We attended SCA and CSEA will be tomorrow, and been pretty much status quo with first interim, just plugging away, the team and I. So it's pretty much all I have.
Great. All right, thanks for those updates. Would people mind if we close the door, or is it?
It is a little chilly on the ankle.
A little chilly? Okay. All right. An update from CSEA.
I don't think we have anybody from CSEA tonight.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't get anything from Enrique, so. We
Okay.
got double SEA tonight. Awesome.
Okay. We would love,
All right.
okay. All right, we would love an update from SEA.
All right. The schools in our district have had an exciting and engaging last few weeks. Here's a recap. At New Brighton Middle School, the Turkey Trot was a fun and successful event, bringing the community together for a festive celebration of fitness and camaraderie. Parents came to watch students compete in the Turkey Trot, and it was an enjoyable time for all. Many thanks to our PPL loop, the Capitol Fire Department and Police Departments who came to support students and help ensure we had a safe and fun event. At Santa Cruz Gardens, last week we hosted an inspiring assembly with Joby Aviation. Students learned about the innovative transportation helicopters under development, which promise to revolutionize commuting in ways similar to Uber. Additionally, Sage Hype Week, courtesy of Miss Jade, has been a hit. Activities like garden scavenger hunts, creating seed mandalas, and exploring our gardens have brought joy and engagement to the school community.
At SoCal-L, the school has been buzzing with fall field trips, Gratitude Month activities, and student council meetings. Teachers and staff are actively collaborating to develop ideas for preserving and enhancing the school garden, fostering a connection to nature and sustainability. At Main Street School on November 14th, Main Street School proudly commemorated Ruby Bridges' historic walk to school. Students, parents, staff, and Superintendent Mr. Turnbull donned purple and walked down Main Street accompanied by banners and a student bugle player. A special thanks to Coach Janelle for organizing this impactful event. The FOMS Night in Vegas fundraiser was a tremendous success. Thanks to the dedication of organizers and participants. Garden activities are thriving once again, thanks to the efforts of garden teachers Francesca Coos and Luke Polite. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Looking ahead, the Scholastica Book Fair will begin the week after fall break, promising even more excitement for students and families. Thank you to everyone who helped to make these wonderful events and activities across our districts possible. Together, we continue to enrich the lives of our students and strengthen our school community. That's all for the SEA report this month. Thanks for making time to hear the wonderful things going on around the district.
All right. Yeah.
I just like to say Joby stock is up 10% today. Now I know why.
We gotta ask how the Wilder Ranch field trip was. Was that today? Yeah, we got to see the preview when we were there, front loading everything. That was awesome. So, and it didn't rain, so it was good.
We got some notes.
Always a good day.
And I was impressed in your class that the word flabbergasted was the other day. I know I didn't learn that word that early, so your kids were on it.
Thanks so much for that update. All right, items from trustees.
Well, I'll start. I had a blast today. This afternoon, I met with Bella Kelly, our pledge leader. I had a nice talk with her. And then also we toured the wood shop and the art department, and I forgot the teacher's name.
Mr. Gertler.
The wood shop?
Wish that's Gertler.
Okay, okay. All right, sorry, I
Miss
apologize.
Taylor for art.
Pardon me?
Miss Taylor for
Yeah.
art.
And they Big Creek donated a whole flat of wood to the wood shop, and they're working on birdhouses right now. But they have a lot of wood to work with. So big thanks to Big Creek Lumber for doing that. The shop was well run. Kids looked like they were having a great time in there. And then we walked over to the art department and they're making stamps. They're carving stamps right now. And I mean, some of them are really detailed. We're looking at them, it's like, wow, some really great art in there too. So these stamps will turn out wonderful. And that's it.
Right? Others?
I'll go, we're going down the road. Although it's a little early to officially celebrate Measure P, it's looking really good. And I want to publicly acknowledge and thank the superintendent, Scott Turnbull, for doing so much behind the scenes work after hours outside of the regular duties of the job to move the campaign forward and get the momentum that we need to be able to pass the bond. And not every superintendent would have that ability to do that kind of work. And so it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yes. Looking forward to attending our big annual professional development activity, which is the California School Boards Association conference, and that's coming up just in a couple of weeks. So appreciate the opportunity and the funding for us to be able to do that. Looking forward to that. And then on a more somber note, I just wanted to recognize that today, November 20th, is Trans Day of Remembrance. And it's actually the 25th anniversary. It first started in 1999. And that's a day when the community gathers and reads the names of and honors memories of trans people who have been impacted by violence. And so if I hadn't been here tonight, there was a wonderful gathering at the Diversity Center in Santa Cruz. So just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Other trustees? All right.
I had made a note too to thank Scott. I think a lot of the possibility, but very likely possibility of the measure passing was due to your efforts. And I know we were all watching those numbers very closely during the election. And then, of course, for the week after the election, glued to the small little percentage points as it was ticking up day by day. And great communication, Scott, talking to all of us and really reaching out to the community and making that happen. I think that's tremendously important for our school district. I attended a chamber event as well 2 weeks ago. So I just a lot of positive momentum for our school district right now.
Great.
Yeah.
And then I have nothing to report. All right, moving on to presentation by Principal Hadrius about New Brighton Middle School's school programs.
Thanks for having me. Oh, yeah. Test this. That works. Okay, all right.
It's a pretty good lead in.
What a way to start the presentation. That was awesome. Like really awesome to have so many students highlighted tonight. That was really special. So thanks to all of you for allowing that to happen, and for Jen for making all those fabulous certificates. And I know you put a lot of work on the back end to make it happen too. So I appreciate you. So yeah, thank you
again, for allowing me to be here tonight to share all the exciting things that are happening at New Brighton Middle School. Brittany Birchall, our fabulous assistant principal, is also here as well. Thanks for being here, Brittany. I'll start off, let's see, I'll start off with our attendance and engagement highlights. Superintendent Turnbull mentioned that we are headed towards the positive direction in attendance. He mentioned the 15% district-wide right now. I don't have the exact numbers for New Brighton. But the chronic absenteeism rates are currently decreasing at New Brighton, which is great. And our positive attendance is increasing. One of the things this year that we've implemented district-wide that is really helping with that process and to get some of those rates down is our new independent study protocol. It's a district-wide protocol that allows students to take an independent study day for as little as one day. So prior to this year, and pre-COVID, actually, we'll just go back pre-COVID. I don't know, some of you are parents here and remember you had to fill out the packet if it was going to be 5 days, right? Everyone's nodding their head. You remember that, right? And then COVID came, and then we were able to, the state allowed us to do it on a 3-day for sickness. And now through Assistant Superintendent Kiernan and Director of Student Services, Chris Lemos, worked, diligently to, really, it's the law that's allowing us to do this, but to create a program where our students can take independent study for 1 day. So it's been really great. So it's allowing flexibility, and especially at New Brighton Middle School, where students have access to a Google Classroom, they are able to complete their work. The assignments are on there. Sometimes there are assignments that are in class. Of course, that happens, and there's hard papers that are required, but that can always be made up later. But the bottom line is they can work when they're home for 1 day, and then they get to be considered present. So it's great. So that's really helping with our chronic absenteeism and increasing that ADA. We're also, along with the independent study protocols, we are implemented some quarterly attendance incentives. So it was really exciting at the end of Q1. We had a day to celebrate our honor roll students and our students with excellent attendance, perfect and basically positive attendance, not just the perfect attendance. And we gave everyone an extended lunch, which means they didn't have to go to flex that day. They got to stay out for 2 lunches and get a cookie. And we had so many kids out. How many kids were in that line for that cookie? There were. I mean, if you know New Brighton, if you can visualize like the outdoor PAC, and they were lined all the way out through almost to the end of the blacktop. It was just like this huge line for this cookie, but also to be outside for that extra 30 minutes. They had a really great time. So we're continuing to look at different attendance incentives as well to keep kids in school, or if they can't be in school, to at least be doing school while they're at home. Another highlight is our positive school climate and culture. One of our site goals is to continue to reduce suspensions. And one of the ways we do that is to focus on restorative discipline, but also preventative measures. It doesn't mean that we're changing our policy in one of a severe major discipline issue. That's not what that means. It just means we're putting the preventative measures in place so it doesn't get there. And so that's what the data is showing, is that our protocols, our restorative discipline policies, and all the things that we're doing from a positive perspective is really having a positive impact on our students to not get to those major violations. So we're really excited to see that the preventative measures are working for our students this year. We are also having grade level assemblies. One of our goals this year was to have a grade level assembly each month. So far we've had 2, and then in October we had a Halloween assembly, so we're counting that as one of them. And then in December we're going to focus on kindness, anti-bullying assembly. So we're looking at safety focused assemblies. So we've done e-bike safety. We've partnered with Capitola Police on that. They have a great team of officers over there that regularly communicate with us and work with us. In particular, Noah Sharon, he's one of the officers who comes and does the safety assemblies with us. And so he's done the e-bike safety and then came back the following month to specifically talk about social media safety with our students. So that's been really great to continue our positive school climate and culture. And transitioning now to what our vision is for inclusivity at New Brighton. So Chris Lemos gave a presentation in January about designing inclusive instruction for and learning environments. And one of the things that she mentioned that really struck me was that we can put it all down, the pen to paper, we can create the plan, but really what matters is what we're really doing in the classrooms and how do we really truly create those inclusive environments, right? We all have great ideas, but really putting it into action. So then one of the things that we've done this year that's aligned with the California MTSS framework, which is focusing on inclusive academic instruction. So we've created our vision, which has always been our vision, but really this year specifically, it's truly like a school where every student is supported, right? So we're looking at, when we talk about every student, we're thinking, okay, well, really, how can we make like every student get what they need at our school at New Brighton? So inclusive academic instruction. So what does that look like? So we have some long-term goals with our EL students. We want to continue supporting our EL students and our students with IEP in the general education setting. Right now, our students that are ELs, they receive designated ELD, which means they have an intervention class specifically designed for designated English language support. And then our students with IEPs, up until this school year, have received services through a learning center. So again, both of those classes meant that students had to take that in lieu of an elective. So what are some of the things that we did in the past? Some of the things we did to try to allow equitable access to all students was we created a 0-period PE class, which our superintendent and assistant superintendent supported as well. So created that, and that allowed students to do the morning PE class, but then also take an elective, which has been really great. And it's been really successful to allow students to have access to those electives. So this year, this co-teaching thing has always been in the back of our minds, mine and Chris's, and then I know Dr. Glantz as well, and Mr. Turnbull's. How do we give our students that have IEPs the services they need, but keep them in the gen ed setting 100% of the time? Wouldn't that be really cool if we could do that so that they don't necessarily have to take that morning PE class? Maybe they can take the morning PE class and take AVID as well. Maybe they want to take band as well as the regular elective, right? Give them the same equitable access that other students have. So one thing that we went to the MTS, administrators have been going to the MTSS conference every year for the last couple of years, I'd say a couple of years. And so there's these co-teaching model sections that I've been going to. And so basically what co-teaching is in action, what it looks like, you can see the graph there. It's where there's a general ed teacher and a special education teacher in the classroom together. And you can see the different types of models. You can have a model where you have like one of the teachers would teach and one would be observing. Another model would be like one is teaching, another is assisting. You could do alternative teaching where it goes back and forth. Alternative teaching, station teaching would be kind of like around the room and students would go to different groups. Parallel teaching would be, the teachers teaching in different parts of the room. And then there's the team teaching where it would be like Miss Birchall and I giving this presentation together. It would just be a team approach. We're both doing it together, kind of feeding off each other and teaching the class. So research shows that students that have that extra support in a gen ed setting actually have higher achievement. They have better engagement, and there is a deeper teacher to student relationships in that co-taught environment. So, let me just describe, I'm sorry, that was my last slide. Okay, so let me describe a little bit what it looks like with our teachers right now. So our sixth grade team is where we've started this. So we've got our math teachers, Dr. Dickinson, and we've got our two humanities teachers, Mr. Ryberg and Mr. Zapacosta, who also have the extra teacher in the classroom as well. And our sixth grade students with IEPs right now are 100% in gen ed settings, which is amazing. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for clapping to that, because it's huge to be able to say
It really is.
that
That's so
they're
cool.
100% in gen ed setting. And it's been really great. Some of the positive things that I know, like Miss Allie has shared, who's one of our special education teachers. She says it's taken that stigma away from some students too, that say, oh, like I have to go to learning center, that's, they have to go to learning center, and she's becomes that other teacher. Now she's the teacher. And so, all kids, it doesn't matter if they have an IEP in the class or not, they're her teacher. She's their teacher. And so she's really seeing that stigma released from the students too, which I just like really touched my heart, because I was like, oh my gosh, this is exactly one of the things that we're hoping for, right? So it's been really exciting to see it happen. Our sixth grade team, gosh, they have been doing amazing. I mean, we kind of threw them into this. We had the plan and the vision, but then of course, putting it into reality, there's always these little hiccups, and the reality is that things happen in the master scheduling or with the numbers of kids in your class, things happen. And so they've been fantastic. Again, our sixth grade team, I'm just super appreciative of their dedication to making this work, and to our special education teachers that are working so collaboratively together to make this sixth grade co-teaching model work. So they're also, I forgot to mention, we're also getting support from a grant that Carissa had gotten. It's the SIP grant, and they're working with us to give professional development to our teachers and our special education teachers, like as the team for the co-teaching model. So we've been meeting monthly with them as well to get professional development. So no one feels like they're just like doing it on their own. We've got this extra professional development to help with that. And so our future focus is to continue to work on the chronic absenteeism, to continue working on a positive school culture, and expanding the co-teaching model and to see if we can roll it out, to the other grade levels. But again, right now it's primarily just in sixth grade that we're working with that. Also, of course, to increase, our math and our reading achievement, as well as our overall academic achievement. That's not highlighted in this presentation, because I just wanted to create a presentation about our inclusive sixth grade co-teaching model. But we are also doing some things in that area as well. I just wanted to mention that iReady, we're having some iReady is our assessment. If you're a parent at our school, it's one of our assessments, but it also has this really fantastic intervention piece to it as well, where it automatically gives assignments and lessons to students at their levels to build their skills. So that's something that we're working on to implement school-wide, so that students can, practice their iReady, but build on those skills to increase their reading and math proficiency. And so then, of course, my mission, our teacher's mission, all of us at New Brighton, it's just, we all have a commitment to creating a learning environment where every student is, valued, included, supported. We really, promote that inclusive environment where every student feels safe and welcome at our school. And that's all I have for you.
Oh, way to go. Yeah.
And that's a picture of our fabulous cheer team. And that's right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they compete too, right?
They don't compete. They just
Oh.
go to all of the games and cheer for all of our athletes. Yeah.
They're always so fun and welcoming at back to school night.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they are.
And they
yeah.
try to push the treats too.
Yeah, and that's why I picked that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Table.
Exactly. That's right. You know exactly
Yeah.
where they're at.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Questions or comments from the board?
You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, both of you are.
Yeah,
Both
thank
of
you. Thank
I
you.
really like the dynamic and the positive vibe that you put into the school.
Thank you.
You've done a lot of great work.
Appreciate that.
On the independent study, it's 1 day. There are certain reasons why somebody's gonna take 1 day off from school and do work at home. Is it illness or is it
Yeah.
just not a,
Exactly, yeah.
They're having a bad day?
No, it could be any of that reason. It could be a sickness. You could be not feeling well. It could be you had to get a tooth removed, you know, it could be that you are, yeah, it could be a mental health day as well. Exactly. It could be any of those reasons, yeah.
it's great.
I actually, we recently used it for the first time in my house, and I will say, there was a really nice letter explaining the process, and I
Okay.
really appreciated it. It also had links and information on mental health resources, because, right? You're at home, you're needing to do this here, and then really great educational resources too, like go to your Google Classroom, but also you can look at grade level information on Khan Academy, et cetera. So as a parent experiencing the need,
Yeah.
I thought it was a really, really clear, helpful instruction, and I super appreciated that mental health piece, because yeah, sometimes kids stay home with other things going on too.
Right.
Or even if that's not the reason they're home, hey, the
That's
more
right.
opportunity to get that information out there, the better. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Of course, I just have to hop in.
No,
I have
that's fine,
I have
that's
a
fine.
question,
Sure.
but someone else was about to
No,
go.
that's great.
I'm very interested in the co-teaching
Yeah.
model, and I can't quite wrap my head around like how that works staffing wise,
Mhm.
like. Do we have the staffing that
For sixth grade, we
need?
do.
Uh-huh.
For sixth grade, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it'd
it's
be-
working out. Yeah, so right now, in sixth grade, it works out, because we have two RSP teachers who are co-teaching, let's see, 2 classes each.
Okay.
So they're each two class, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, Miss Allie has 3. Okay, so Miss Allie has 3 co-taught classes, and then Miss Barrows has 2 co-taught classes. So it does work out in the 6th grade.
And they're in humanities and
Humanities and math, exactly. So it works out there.
And does that take the place of like an academic support or an RSP class?
It does.
And like, for example, the high school uses the RSP model where the students go to that class to get specific help
Right,
from their special ed teacher who manages their case.
that's right.
So, what was the decision like to go this route? Because it sounds interesting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the thought process was looking at the research to see what can we do to help our students with IEPs achieve higher, right? And so I'm looking at the research shows it was just kept on going back to the co-teaching model. And that the special ed teacher can be in the classroom working directly with the students' goals, right? Rather versus coming back to a learning center where you have, 8 different students with 8 different humanities classes and math, right? The teacher is right there, working right there with your goals. They can do the pull-up model if you need to take a group out and come out of the classroom. But to your point, that's actually a really good question. We're now in discussions of how can we utilize Flex now to do those important check-ins, like you were saying, being the case manager, right? So there's going to be some upcoming Flex changes for students for 3rd quarter. So again, like this is brand new, we're piloting it, we're seeing things that come up. And so that is one of the things is, but actually getting that time outside of the classroom, which could be the Flex class. So that was a really good question though.
Yeah, creative thinking.
And how, I love this model. I think it's amazing because I think it'll also give the students who, on IEPs, like it gives them a wider introduction to things. Like it'll get them like engaged with what their peers are doing and push. So I love it.
Yeah.
What are the parents of those students? Are they excited about it?
Well, so it's as 6th grade parents, they came into it knowing
they don't
nothing
know
different. Yeah, exactly. So they have loved it. Yeah. In all of our transitions last year, it was just there was a lot of positive comments and feedback, with when we were introducing the model, and so far so good. Yeah.
Is the idea to implement in 7th and 8th grade?
Yeah, those are our next talks. That would, ultimately be a goal, but we want to definitely take this time to really pilot this with Fidelity and see, if there are any positive, we are feeling like there's positive outcomes. We just don't have the data exactly just yet to back it. But it's just from an anecdotal, just being there, looking at it, seeing how it's working, it's looking like it has positive outcomes. But again, yeah, that would be down the road. That would be a long-term goal.
Can I just
Yes,
make an
please.
addition
Yes.
just to talk about co-teaching before the middle school level? We do have the co-teaching model for ELD in all our elementaries now. And so what you'll see hopefully on the dashboard is an increase in English learner progress with that shift of the co-teaching model. So it's not just for students who are in RSP that we're trying it out, but we've been trying it out a little bit longer term with ELD.
That's great.
I don't have any questions. I'm just gonna say I hear a lot about it and huge fan. I totally appreciate you guys taking that step forward, and sometimes trying something new is scary, and you don't know how it's gonna work out. And I just applaud you guys for really just stepping up to the plate and trying something new and putting it out there.
Thank you.
I know the teachers that I know
Yeah.
appreciate the leadership and appreciate the job that they're now able to do, and certainly see the difference in their students. And it's emotional seeing these kids and hearing about them, how positive it is in their life with their peers. So
Thanks, Robert.
Very cool.
I appreciate that.
100%.
Anytime you try something different, change is always can be scary.
Yeah.
And so that's why I just can't say enough about our sixth grade team who's taking that on, because it is a big change, and I'm just so appreciative to their dedication. So thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, you're so great.
All right, moving on to 8B, presentation of the master facility plan.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and start the introduction and then I'll let Jim and BJ take it away. So we've seen the facilities master plan presentation a few times now, adding some changes as we've been going. We completed our road shows, met with administration, met with staff, took their input, we listened, added what they needed and for each site and so forth. After this, you guys will also have an opportunity to add any input that you'd like to add. And then on December 18th, we'll bring this back as an action item. So then we'll go ahead and approve the plan on the 18th. So if there's any questions you have, please be sure to let us know. Any input you have, please be sure to let us know. And also please keep in mind, even when this is approved on the 18th, there'll still be a bond committee, which, we'll still go over things of that in that committee as well to see what needs to be prioritized and so forth as well. So just because we approve it, that doesn't mean it's going to be set in stone.
Yes,
Go ahead and-
the committees have only just begun. Ad hoc committees, and all kinds of committees. The design committee was, it was very helpful last time. It kept us moving forward, always good ideas. So we're excited about getting that fired back up again after the first of the year. So to kind of repeat some of the things Allison said, you've seen this before. It has made some changes, not major changes. Some things were taken out of schematic view. Some items that came up from our road shows and other thoughts were added to the laundry lists that we have for every site. We did go to each site and learned a lot from everybody. We learned at Main Street School that in the outside bathroom, when you flush a certain toilet in the boys' room, water comes out of the hose in the garden. So you learn things.
You gotta
that went straight to work order. I don't think we're waiting for bond funds.
It wasn't designed that way.
No. First word out of my mouth was backflow. So anyway, it's making everybody feel good.
Garden looks great.
The garden, it's very green.
It just smells.
She had the water tested. It's
Yeah.
so that's good to know. That was when that came out.
Yeah.
Everybody in the room wrote it down. It's like, so anyway, Ralph unfortunately is ill tonight. He can't be here. He likes to do the pretty pictures. So we'll double team the pretty pictures. VJ is going to take you through the hard stuff, which is the budgeting and the money. And then we'll take questions. As always, don't wait till the end. Just interrupt us and say, "Whoa, wait about this or that or anything." So with that, here's VJ.
it's not too premature to say thank you for supporting me. So just before, and this is the standard stuff, I mean, like Alison mentioned, we're gonna have a bond oversight committee, that's gonna basically make sure that we're spending the money right and then report it back to the public. And it's a restricted use of funds, so basically we cannot use it for maintenance or we cannot use it for paying salaries, staff. It's only for facility improvements. So the purpose of the master plan is to align the education program with facilities. And it also helps optimize resources. It takes into account the short-term view, but keeps in mind the long-term view. And it allows us to have a path from going A to B, from point A to point B. It is not intended to be detailed in design. Like Alison mentioned, this is not set in stone. It's a living document. It can continuously change based, not today, not can change next year. We'll just have to keep taking information that's coming out there, changes in demographics, changes in methods of teaching. I mean, you mentioned today about co-teaching, which is great. We don't know how that affects classroom spaces. Maybe that's something we need to consider and take into account. We've gone through the timeline. So we, in the spring we did the needs assessment. After that, we created a draft master plan, got cost estimates, and then we had to prioritize. Then we met with all the stakeholders and we reprioritized and re-estimated. And so now we have a semblance of a master plan that's final. And like Alison mentioned, it will be coming up to you December 18th for a vote. So we have a total of $78 million, 73 from Measure P, and 5 million from the state matching balance. The allocations we made so far, prioritized projects, we allocated 69 million. The child nutrition services district-wide. So in the previous meeting, in the previous presentation, we had met with child nutrition services and IT, but hadn't finished budgeting it out. So in this iteration, we are allocating $1.5 million to do the upgrades that are needed at all the different sites for child nutrition services. And same thing with communication, $2.5 million. And this is new, unfunded mandates. So I was advised by our estimator to reserve 2% for stuff that may come from the government, from the state.
Surprises.
Yes, which we don't have budget for. As an example is gender neutral classrooms, restrooms. So just have to keep a reserve fund for that.
And then if everything goes well towards the end, you could use it.
Reallocate.
And it has to still go towards facilities too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What's different with child nutrition services?
What upgrades need to be done?
Or, yeah,
What's the $1.5 million going?
Yeah.
Yeah, but mostly to put some needed effort into the kitchen at Main Street and the kitchen at Soquel Elementary School.
to give them an
From
oven, right?
Very simple things
Yeah.
like they have 12-inch tile floors with all those little gaps. You really don't want all those little lines in a kitchen. You want a seamless floor. A flow storage is huge.
Yeah.
Even to like a thing like moving it in the pantry at Main Street is so poorly designed. Just by taking the door and moving it from here to here, it triples the size inside that pantry. It would make a big deal. Taking out, just reorganizing and then stuff like water lines and and things like that will need.
An oven?
Oven, yes, we hope to get an oven. We talked to, help me with her name again. Amanda. And she wants ovens in everywhere. But it was kind of, I think we worked it into the budget, but I think we still have to do get into design more to make sure that that's the direction that we're going, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, there was talk about it.
Yeah, but there's definitely talk about it.
But so in December, we're not gonna be voting on, are we gonna, on the ovens item, it's still floating, you're still figuring it out?
Yeah, so what happens is right now we're looking at the plan at 10,000 feet. And then once the bond certified. You guys have approved the master plan. The next step is actually now to get into detailed design. That's when we start talking about the oven and any other equipment and, wall finishes, colors, the details will happen in the next phase.
Seems like you'd fit that into the budget, though. I mean, an oven is a
Yes.
big thing. It's different than like wall color.
Yeah.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
allocations. I mean,
No,
there's-
exactly it.
So
And it is worked into the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. But she had some very interesting, I'm sorry, it's been a while. She had some interesting thoughts on what's needed where.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So from the 78 million, we've allocated right now 74.5. So there's 3.5 contingency. That's just for us to, in case we need more equipment, there's some money available. We're being very conservative of how we look at spending the money right now. This you must be familiar with from the last meeting. We looked at a 3-year, 4-year, and a 5-year implementation plan. And we can't allocate 78 million today because you will not achieve what you want to achieve. Because just for escalation. So what we did was we backtracked the 78 million to today's dollars. So that's where you see the 3-year plan has a $67 million value. So we are able to achieve what we want to achieve from the master plan. So our plan now is to do a 3-year implementation of the bond. In 2025, we'll be focused mostly on the fields for all the campuses and security, fencing, things that are easy for us to get through DSA quickly and doesn't impact the operation of the school because in case DSA takes some time to approve it, let's just say they approve it by June, July, we can still execute the work. It doesn't impact the teaching.
So the fields do go through DSA?
Yes.
Okay.
They look for accessibility. How do you get to the field, all the pathways, if it's.
Well, you have an inspector there the whole time too.
Yeah, you do.
So that process of DSA approval for fields goes more quickly maybe than classroom buildings?
It
or-
does. Yes, it does.
Yes, okay.
Yes. And the design is quicker.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
because when you're redesigning a classroom, there's a lot of thoughts into that. Everybody that's every teacher, everybody's got a thought on how they want that classroom to look. So just the design, there's a lot of back and forth. Where the field's pretty straightforward. Once you agree on the size and the lines, here we go. So it doesn't take as long to design and it doesn't take as long at DSA.
DSA, when they review, they look at 3 things. They look at structural, they look at fire life safety and accessibility. Now, this is in field, so there's no structural, so there's no structural review. So it's only the 2 other things that they look at, fire life safety and ADA.
And it was kind of like the last time when we did the playgrounds right away. It was a good bang for the community to see something come out right out the gate, right after we passed the bond, to see a big improvement. They won't see the inside of the classroom right away. They'll just see a lot of fencing up and their kids are a little discombobulated because they're going to different rooms. But you get that field, bam, and they're going, these people actually have a clue what they're doing.
Put in stadium lights and they'll get the picture.
Yeah, there you go.
What's the land for the fields? I know we were doing like a turf for New Brighton, are we doing something similar for those so we're not gonna just get a bunch more gopher holes?
All turf.
All turf.
All
Great.
turf. All turf schools will be turf.
Okay, it's the same thing as we're doing in New Brighton? Same
Yes.
Irrigation plan?
Yes.
Does that too?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, the only difference is the sizes and the striping.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fields are different sizes, so.
Are the fields gonna be the same size as they currently are right now? Or are we thinking about shrinking, making them bigger?
Same size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely same size at SoCal, definitely same size at Main Street. Santa Cruz Gardens, because it's a really big field.
Huge.
We may have to take a portion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know there's been some talk about some other plans at Santa Cruz Gardens too, so I'm wondering how we're implementing those and possible housing and things like that.
Yeah, that can still fit, which is great.
Okay.
And there's a little corner, when we get to that schematic, there's a little corner in the back that doesn't really fit to be turf, because it's not, it could be like a warm-up area, but there was a brainstorming idea from the staff that maybe that could be a little orchard to implement their garden program. So those thoughts are all still on the table. And so.
And I know we've covered this a million times, I just can't remember, but with a bond, are you able to invest any? I know you have like a 5-year plan. If somehow this goes to 5 years, is there a way to invest that money so the attrition, going from 67 to 62, can be mitigated through investing the
Probably the
money?
least qualified person in the room to answer that.
It's probably Allison.
But we did it last time. We did it in 16.
So we're not
Oh, you
drawing down the
did
whole
that.
money, right? I mean, we're gonna draw it down in series. So series A, B, I'm guessing a C, I'm not sure. But
And I'm wondering if that number takes into consideration the fact that, if you invest
Your money might make some money.
$60 million might,
Right.
might turn a penny.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So I don't recall us investing the money last.
I just
time.
remember we got interest. I mean, we
It's
didn't go
interest,
out,
yeah,
and,
you-
we
you
didn't go
will
out and buy
receive
Bitcoin or
interest.
anything.
And that's
So-
right, because this doesn't account for all that.
Yeah.
This is just raw.
Great, so this
Yeah.
could be
Yeah.
more than
It
this.
could be.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, and the interest, I mean, it's not a huge amount,
It's net.
but
$60 million. Yeah.
yeah, but it's a good chunk of change.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
The projects do put us in line for state matching funds
Yes.
from the Proposition 2 that passed. So there
In
is
addition to the
potential.
5 that was in here?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
wow,
Yeah.
So
okay.
what happens is, the state passed a bond, right, the Prop 2,
Proposition 2.
and so there's 9 billion there. So when these projects, like for example, the projects that we are.
No way, really? Oh,
We
that's
hadn't passed the
cool.
one, it's like a double.
Wow, that's a
So,
double
you know,
whammy.
just like, for
Oh my
example,
gosh.
26 and 27, as soon as you get approval through DSA.
They go in
you're
line
going to-
for state funds.
Yeah, you're going to apply for state funds.
Do you know the
It takes
percentage?
like 6, 7, I
I-
think it's 60% for modernization and 40% for new construction.
So you get you're supposed to get a 60% match from the state on modernization.
60%
For
match.
qualified, for buildings that qualify for it. In your case, most of the buildings qualify because of the age of the buildings.
I think they still owe us money from 2016.
Allison, you got your work cut out for you.
Yeah.
That's really cool, you guys. That's the best thing I've heard in a long time. That's great.
Right, but it's not guaranteed, because remember, all the school districts in the state are running for that money.
Yeah.
The matching
So-
funds from the 2016 bond, though, are
Yeah.
is what we're using to do the new Brighton Field,
Yeah,
which we were gonna do regardless of the bond, so
That was the.
it did come to reality.
Yeah.
Took
Well,
7 or so
yeah.
years.
You're right.
That's
Playing the
That's the
long
line.
That's that 5 million right there.
Right.
And I'm sorry, now I'm stuck on that though. So since we're prioritizing fields for a lot of very good reasons, do those qualify us for the state matching funds? No, because it needs to be buildings, right? Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
Modernizations.
But it's when the plans go into DSA that you can get in line?
When it's approved.
When it's approved,
Yes.
And then you have,
Okay.
yeah, and then we work with somebody through, that's 19.6. That's all they do, is get you in line and get you going.
Alright.
And so the money that came from Prop 2 is great, because we're still in line for bonds from 2016.
Right.
But so are schools that had bonds in 2018 and 2020.
We can conceive they're looking like $100 million.
Don't count it yet.
I'm just saying, I mean.
Yeah.
Like you said, we need it, so I mean.
The best line I heard about this was from Ralph, who can't be here. We were doing the same thing to him, that he's like, we were drilling down, when are we gonna get? He says, you'll get the money when the check shows up in the bank. And no truer words were spoken, right? That's how the 5 mil showed up. It's just like, hey, what's this? Holy moly. And
And the reason I mentioned, it seems like it'd be prudent to plan,
yes, that's why you have an aggressive.
Right, we don't cut corners if we're gonna end up having $100 million and.
So
You know,
that's
have a
the other
strategic
benefit
plan.
of compressing the schedule and just getting.
Yes,
the
sir.
work done sooner.
And we still have unfunded needs that this 78 doesn't fit. There's so there's,
Wow,
still things to do.
cool.
You may remember this, so how we did an equity and a facility-based analysis. Looking at the age of the campus, ADA. And trying to just come up with some formula of distributing the money on an equity and a facility-based index. And then we did a needs base, which is what 19.6 did. They walked all the sites, found out all the issues on every site, and then we estimated that. So that's the needs base. And then the third step, what we did was then we distributed the budget based on those two criteria. So this is the spreadsheet that we did. So we have the equity-based index and the facility condition index, and you average it out here. And then that gets, you apply it to the 73 million, and that's how it gets distributed. But it doesn't mean that's how we can distribute it, because we have to really look at what the need is. The need for all the campuses, you can see out here, totaling 90 million. You're going for a $73 million bond, so we had to do some, walking the sides, getting their priority list and rebalancing it. So we're showing 66 million here.
So one of the things that we've talked about in previous presentations is we adore Santa Cruz Gardens.
Yes.
And it's an old building and we want to fix it up, but it also has a declining enrollment.
Yes.
Of all of our schools in the district. So what I don't see in your plan is balancing out how much are we going to put in that school that has less and less students right now, when there might be a school that maybe we should prioritize a bit more for students that are here now.
Great question.
Yes.
Struggled with that this whole process.
Yeah,
it's a really tough one. Scott may want to add on to this conversation a little bit, but I think the needs are equitable. I think we need to play it from a point that we have a school with kids in it, and those kids and those teachers deserve, a good working, non-leaking classroom. You can't base it on maybe something will happen, I don't think. And you really, I'm struggling with how to say this. I think we're just doing, because we're not filling every single need. So we're picking what has to be done. And I think that's what we've done at Santa Cruz Gardens. We picked what has to be done, and some of the things that don't have to be done, then that can lead us to what other problems we may have down the road.
So not spending money on Santa Cruz, I understand where you're coming from, but it can lead to significant disrepair, before you go for the next bond. And you don't want to get your facility into that state. So you need to spend a little bit to just keep it above so you can breathe.
I would just add on, very well said. Thank you. Because I think the important thing is to be really mindful and nimble as we go through this,
right,
to see how enrollment is progressing. I will say that I really do believe that, and we have a demographic study in the works. So all of these things are ongoing. As we said, we'll monitor and see what data that demographic study produces. That'll inform this process of the master facilities plan. The affordable housing movements, happening along SoCal are also a big long-term impact. And so if you'd asked this question, I think a year or more ago, I think the answer could be different. Long-term, I think that we can safely say that affordable housing on SoCal and Thurber and SoCal and 41st is going to positively impact enrollment at Santa Cruz Gardens. So that's a bit of a game changer.
Would that be for Santa Cruz Gardens, or would that be for SoCal and Main Street?
On Thurber and
41st.
SoCal, yeah.
That would affect.
Proposed developments feed into Santa Cruz Gardens.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it specifically we're voting on December 18th? Is it this distribution or
This is a budget estimate. So this is not, once again, back in stone. We have to be nimble, like we said, and as things change and if something has to be transferred. But I think it would be foolish to do we need this laundry list of stuff done, which could be a master plan. It could literally be one page, with this school and these items. But it would be a disservice to do it without putting some budgetary numbers to it. So as we move through this process, if there is a project that is budgeted for at one school that the decision from the group, the design committee decides that, well, maybe that should not be a priority, then we can have the flexibility to move that money.
That's why it's great to have something that we call a living document. Like Allison mentioned, it's set in stone. It's flexible.
But that's only if people agree on it. Because that's what's happening. We're agreeing on the projects, right? And then what you're saying is that flexibility comes when they say, okay, we'll give up this so you can have that. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm trying. I haven't been in a situation where there's been a major shift in the decisions, the thought process for the projects has happened. Where something at one site has to not proceed because we need to do something at another site. I haven't seen that happen, but I think this document lends that to be possible if that scenario comes up. But I haven't seen that all of a sudden we need whoa over here, and we don't have that in the budget for that school. So I just haven't seen that happen.
I think maybe what Callie's feeling and what I'm feeling is that if we're, you know, in a month, gonna say this is directionally correct, that Santa Cruz Gardens, which has the lowest enrollment of all 4 schools, is getting the second largest amount, then that's setting a tone for how we think we're gonna divide, you know, the budget. So if we think that there should be some additional layer that gets added into how we distribute that, is now the time to be thinking about that. I don't think anyone is saying that we're not.
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. I think the needs at New Brighton and Soquel quite outstrip the needs at Santa Cruz Gardens. And so they're getting the budgetary push. Santa Cruz Gardens is smaller just generally, so they don't,
it's older. Right,
Yeah.
like if you're comparing to Main Street, right? Like
Right.
that may be
Yeah,
something
Main
that
Street.
seems out of whack if you're not taking the context of the age of the building.
Right. So the modernization at Main Street really comes down to they need dual pane windows on their classrooms. And they need a roof fixed and then a ceiling fixed. We don't need to tear out cabinetry, we don't need to tear out walls and repair electrical and things like that at Main Street School. So hence their number quite a bit lower.
Well, and Main Street and Soquel both got 2-story new classroom buildings, and New Brighton got a series of new classrooms, which were dire need due to all those portables being taken out. But the hope all along with the 2016 bond was also to have the funding to modernize all the classrooms to bring them up to par. So that's not something. Santa Cruz Gardens got a couple of great new classrooms for sure, right? We got the Life Lab and the music and I'm missing one.
Kindergarten and the NCD classroom.
But I think with those older classrooms and the ones that have those thin walls that we've talked about, where they were originally built in the 60s with a very kind of different teaching model and different use. So it makes sense, and it is hard, especially looking at this now and figuring out like, okay, how much of a plan is it, right? It's like, I like the word directional, right? This is this is where we are now, but finding that balance between like, we have to have the fluidity and the flexibility to make adjustments. And I think from a board seat, that can be hard because we are used to seeing things that are maybe like super detail oriented and like, okay, but what's the contract and what's the nitty gritty, and we're just not there yet, right?
No.
Yeah.
And I think that all of us need to be flexible with this process because it's the way it should be done. Otherwise, you're going to just make decisions now that may not make sense later, but this allows you to make some adjustments.
Yeah, trying to look at this from 30,000 feet 9 years from now.
Exactly.
Is a lot different. Do you know when that study, the demographic study, will be complete?
We've been working on it with them, and so we're hoping soon. They asked for the last piece of information about a week and a half ago or so, and so we'll follow up with them again.
Okay, and does that study include the new housing developments?
It should.
It should.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it should cover everything that's in the works. So.
Yeah, tough choices.
So this is again looking at our 3-year execution plan on how, like in 2025, it's all fields, fencing, security items, and then we'll start doing the projects. Soquel is the only one that we're going to split in 2 years because that building is big. And we had this discussion at the last meeting. We don't think we can finish modernizing the entire building in over one summer. We may need additional.
And we want to do modernization without bringing in temporary portables.
So the 66 million that we allocated, not looking at interest or anything, it comes back to the fund budget. So prioritization of projects, overall district-wide, these were the elements that we focused on. Site safety, security fencing, and reconfiguring school office, they're literally related with campus security. Most of the schools in the district are already, but we don't have any control over how, when school's in session, you come in, there's no checking out. So we want to, change that. Field improvements, ADA accessibility upgrades, those are ADA is definitely a code item, modernizing aging facilities, roof repairs, and improvements to the parking. So PL, when 1906 met in spring with the site staff, this was the laundry list. The first laundry list that was developed in the summer. Modernizing historic classroom building, roof repairs, artificial field, enclosing the trash area. So these may sound like the details, and it may not show up on our prioritized list, like trash area, enclosed trash area. It will happen. Because it's not a big ticket item. We're in the master plan, we're looking at big ticket items like modernizing classroom. Modernizing classroom means ripping up flooring if needed. If you have to take it down to the studs, we'll take it down to the studs. So that type of detail analysis will happen before we start doing the drawings.
Did you guys use the word historic for any specific reason to indicate maybe it gets state classification as a historic building?
Those blue plaques.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people call it the historic building. I mean, we've heard that bandied about. I don't think it's for any reason other than that.
It's a good
Okay.
I never questioned it.
I mean, historic. Well, no, but historic, usually you
Yeah.
can't touch historic buildings. It's classified as a certain age where you have to protect it, and so.
I don't think we're gonna run into
More informal use of historic.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm wondering about the road shows.
Yes.
What came out of the road show from SoCal Elementary?
Bathrooms and parking.
Wow. All right. Yeah.
This was the finalized master plan after we did the road shows. Sorry. Again, modernizing building, won't call it historic anymore. Roof repairs, artificial field, ADA ramps. The ADA ramp in SoCal is also to gain entry to the office. Reconfiguring the office and admin. So that's all part of that'll happen together with the modernization. And then fencing, restroom, the shade structure.
Shade structure was big at SoCal.
Wait, bring me back to the road show. What did you say, or what?
This is the result of the roadshow.
So the things that they added with that, I think we had it pretty well covered, but they emphasized things like staff restrooms don't have nearly enough, they don't have nearly enough parking, and the kids don't have nearly enough shade. And my room, and if I'm in an old room, it needs love. It needs a lot of things.
Yeah.
So those were their concerns. So they didn't think small things would come up, really small things would come up, and we would address those to staff. That's why Steve came with us to all of these, so he could take furious notes that room 3 needs a new doorstop. That's always my go-to small need. But a lot, some small individual things came up. Another thing that comes up a lot, and I think we have it covered, is window coverings. They're very concerned about window coverings and the speed in which they can get them up and down. Security, right when we did Main Street, more than a day or two before that, they had an active shooter training. And so there were more security questions than we had gotten from any other school.
Doors with glass.
Yeah, doors with glass, they're concerned about that. How quickly can they shut their blinds? Door locks, I have to still go outside to lock my door, those kinds of things came up.
So all that will get covered under the blanket modernization, term.
So like, for example, staff restrooms for adults was important, and then we should imagine that in like renovating the building.
Yes, exactly.
And then at what point would we see like, these are the things that are gonna be checked off?
So the next step is for the architect to walk the sites, first to take the scope and then walk the sites, identify everything in a lot more detail. and then put it down onto a drawing, then talk with all the consultants, the electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and structural. Get their input, and then we go to a cost estimator to get costs, and then we say, okay, and this is very early on in the project, maybe at 15% of the drawing stage. And then we look at it and we say, okay, we're within budget or we're outside of budget. If we're outside of budget, what do we need to do? We don't go all the way with the drawings until we know for sure that, yeah, we can manage this in the budget. So it's a interactive process.
And then this is where staff comes into play. So I'm constantly in their ear saying, that little bitty bathroom that sticks off the side of that staff room at Soquel is not doing it. And you guys who are the ones that can look at that blank sheet and figure it out where I can't, they need to figure out a way to get an appropriate restroom for staff.
Yeah.
And I'm the one that stays in their ear to make sure it gets done.
And then
And principals and staff, because we're not done talking to them, right? I mean, we're going to be constantly talking,
Yeah.
So we'll, and the first shot at design comes up, design committee will look at it, principals will look at it. I'll go to a staff meeting and we'll look at it. Home and school club will look at it. I mean, everybody looks at it and everybody has their little thoughts, and they consider to keep erasing and adding and back and forth until it fits a huge percentage of everybody's needs. That's why I'm here, to make sure they do.
And then also, we do cost checks even at like a 50% stage and at a 90% drawing stage. Now, let's say you go through DSA, and now we're like sometimes gone by a year, and now we're a little nervous about the costs. But what we do is we create a base package for bid, and then we add alternates from the same drawings. There will be some elements we feel, okay, now, is there anything that we feel like we can sacrifice, do without? But let's put it in the bid package, but as an alternate. So the contractor then bids the base package, and then you can choose which of the alternates you want to pick. So there's many ways to align budgets.
And that happens with almost every bid.
Yeah.
There's alternates.
So that's appeals. This is just a rendering showing 2 soccer fields. They're like little soccer fields. They're not standard dimensions.
The idea of 2 soccer fields came from the roadshow. Because the schematic was one big one. And somebody said, how about 2 small ones? And so that's what we're showing.
More kids engaged. Yeah.
And it's got a jogging track around it.
And do we keep in that right upper hand corner? I think there's a structure.
Yeah.
There right now. Are we keeping that?
Up top?
Yeah, the top right hand corner.
There's not a structure, there's a concrete pad.
Yeah.
That was wall ball when I was a kid.
No. Yeah, it's this big, it used to be, I don't know what they ever used it for.
Wall ball.
Well,
It was
they've got those, thank goodness. But there's not a structure out there, no.
I thought there was like a metal, just a.
Was storage up there? No.
I thought there was.
Oh, there might be a Connex box out there.
But not
You know,
really out.
is that gone?
I think it's still out there, but it's not in that corner though.
Yeah.
I think it's along the way.
If there is it's gotta go.
Yeah.
My old memory, so.
Yeah, well, we used to have a warehouse there.
Yeah.
And we tore that down.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because we had plenty of storage, so we didn't need a warehouse.
Is that a different playground than is there now? That looks different.
That's pretty much
Are we taking out that playground on the right?
No, it's still
No.
there. It's just not.
It's
drawn.
just not drawn on.
It's not
it. Yeah,
drawn
okay.
quite as extensively as it is, and
That's where the tables are.
and
everything.
Yeah.
you see the blue rectangle? That's the shade structure. In reality, there's room to put in another shade structure, and it would not affect the field at all. So, and that's definitely on the plan to add another shade structure.
Is that where they're still gonna keep the tables, the lunch area and
I think
everything
so,
like
yeah.
that?
I think so.
Okay. And then I noticed in the basketball courts, there's a big giant tree that's covering both of them. Is that the smartest place to put a big tree?
Yeah, I think someone got it.
I think the word intern comes to mind. I don't know.
Okay, because
I'm not planning.
thinking, that's a little obstacle to the little
I-
challenge.
It's hot and you stop and.
I was gonna say the garden's got like maybe a little mini helicopter, maybe Kobe Aviation's gonna come in there.
There we go. That's.
But
Is
schematically,
parking in front of the kindergarten?
yeah, we're
That's a big
toying
hole
with
to
that.
fill.
That, well, it's flat for most, and then it kind of falls off.
Yeah.
The flat part was developed when we built the two-story for construction, entrance. And there is belief that there may be a place back there to do kindergarten drop-off. There's enough room to get a lane in, a circle, and a lane out.
And also correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, wasn't there talk of maybe widening this just for fire access?
Yeah,
Isn't
and
that-
it could be widened as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty flat, it's pretty compacted. I mean, they got big trucks through there. It's just
There's
not
some
really.
redwoods there, though. We're not.
No, we're
We're not.
No, there's not anymore. There's
Rip to the tree.
We're safe. We had to do, we moved, what did we cut, what did you cut down, Scott?
Or cypress.
Cypress.
Yes, I remember. It wasn't a redwood.
Yeah, it wasn't a redwood.
We had a
there's
meeting and
whole
everything.
backstory. There's a redwood grove, World War I redwood
Yeah.
grove
Yeah,
out there. And we were not gonna let them do anything to that. But
Excellent.
there were 3 trees that were not great. And we say, okay, these have gotta go so we can do this road. And then the community got involved and we had a big meeting out in the grove
We
and
did, right up by the trees.
and cut the trees down. Sorry, it was just, you know.
Last little thing I noticed is over on the left-hand side up next to the field, I believe they turned that into a beautiful little garden.
Yeah, that triangle with the landing
Yeah.
pad in the
Yes,
middle,
sir.
that's the garden.
That's a good.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And if anything,
We'll
that'll be
fix that.
enhanced.
Okay,
We'll
great.
fix all that.
It looks like concrete, yeah.
So it's just another view.
Yeah, great tree.
It's great.
So Main Street, again, this was that laundry list that was initially in the needs assessment, every spring.
At their roadshow, a lot of conversation about shade. Shade over what could be an amphitheater, shade over the picnic tables that go around that rounded area there. Trying to think what other major things came from them.
So if you go up one slide too,
This one?
so on my thing, it says Main Street Elementary, but over on the right, it says SoCal Elementary School. Enrollment grades TK through
Oh.
5.
Oh, sorry.
So you might just want
That's an
to
error.
make sure that that says Main Street, not
Yes,
SoCal.
thank you.
That's an error.
Am I understanding that on the slides, the one that says needs assessment, like that was the original
Yes.
needs assessment, and then the next slide for each school
Is
is,
the prioritize after the roadshow.
got it, okay.
What's the modernization of Upper Commons?
That's the main classroom up top. When the school was designed back whenever, there was actually supposed to be the upper common and then a building built down where the 2-story building is, and it was called the lower commons. The lower commons was never built. So that's why the upper commons got stuck with the term upper commons, but it's the 9 classroom building, the main classroom building that was built in, I don't remember, the 80s. It's still, some people still call this the new school. Because comparably it kind of is. And so the main thing that needs to be done to that are all the single pane windows need to be changed to double pane. And then work on the ceilings once the roof is repaired.
And get an oven.
And get on the toe, man.
It's gonna change nutrition at Main Street.
Nice.
I love it.
The other thing that came from the roadshow was all this fencing that came out of the size. They wanted to
Oh, that's
control
right.
kids from,
Fully enclosed.
running away.
Oh, the kinder area. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And it's an amphitheater. We're still going with an amphitheater.
Well, we did have some pushback on the amphitheater.
That nobody's ever used.
Yeah, well,
Ever seen.
There was conversation about whether it's too small to be an amphitheater.
It's
Maybe
too
find a different
proximity to
location
classrooms.
Oh, yeah.
for an
pretty close
amphitheater.
to this. So
And maybe that could be an outdoor, learning space. So that all that will get flushed out in the next stage of the master plan. And this is the view of the fields. So we have a little league science field and a smaller field, softball field.
And what's the, I don't know, the logic behind the strip in the middle versus like a larger field
You're talking about this one?
Yeah, of dividing it.
This came out from the road shows that they wanted 2 fields. But then the idea is, so now you give an accessible path of travel to these from here instead of having, people taking a long way.
So, and one thing that comes to mind too is with them building over the Cabrillo field. I know a lot of youth soccer teams and baseball teams and things like that use those fields right now in contract with, I'm not sure if it's Cabrillo or the city to use those. Now that they're building housing on that, there won't be those fields for youth anymore.
Yeah.
I love the idea of adding extra fields to both the Soquel and the Main Street, because that could be an additional revenue, I don't know, possible revenue stream for the district as well, when youth teams and things like that need the facilities more than ever.
These fields will both be able to have Little League games on them. The one on the right, smaller, so 8, 7, 8, 9-year-olds. And then what's the term you used? Majors? Majors will be able, so that's up to the top end of Little League. We'll be able to use the other, and we're not gonna let Little League use them for free.
Right.
I guess I'm just wondering about if we could, this picture. So for example, if a teacher wanted to take the kids out for soccer or the Main Street, they wanted to do soccer, does that middle path inhibit something where you'd want a larger field like soccer?
So these are synthetic fields. So you have a synthetic jogging track around. And the fields are also synthetic. So
And even where the diamond is, that's not dirt, that's just more synthetic turf, it's just colored that way.
Like this, it could be all green.
So the pavement isn't pavement.
Right.
Okay, it's just turf, it's colored
That is an
gray.
accessible path.
Gotcha.
So
Is there a fence between them?
and
Or a sign? What am I looking at right
This
there?
we had, so that's a good point. So if you want to use it as a soccer field, we won't be able to do the fence.
So could it maybe, I mean, just to give it that flexibility
Right.
of use,
I hear-
perhaps we would have it be more
I have shared
open.
that same concern.
Yeah, good point.
That those 2 fences, which are, when you go to a community field that's not connected to a school, it's on a park. This is very standard to what you'll see with those fences, that space between those fences is where the parents hang out and, brag about their kids and all that kind of stuff. But it does kind of mess with the flow of just using it as for recess or
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
PE.
Yeah.
So that has to be addressed and figured out what's best for the site.
I mean, it is an elementary school, so to
It is
me,
elementary school.
flexibility of use seems most important.
Right, absolutely.
And just to clarify, so that, for example, the pink dirt that I'm seeing would really just be pink turf.
Yes,
So it's all flat. You could, if the fences weren't there, you could play soccer on it.
that's right.
Okay.
And you could change the lines, right? I mean, it's not, the turf isn't the color, so you can still paint those white lines on it if you wanted to turn this into a soccer field and add
I think you
a
can.
grid on it.
I don't,
I think you want to paint it when the stuff's being installed, so it's
You can.
professionally striped. But you can do that. Yeah, you can.
Well, because so that wouldn't be a soccer field. That's just. a baseball
Currently
field.
not, but to your point, if we want to have a soccer field, then it'll be striped for soccer and the Little League. And
It's kind of confusing. If you
It
can't
is
change it for the different things, but yeah.
there are fields that have.
are we trying to pick, like this site is the baseball site and this site
Yeah.
is the soccer site?
Yes,
We are trying to pick.
yes.
Trying to be able to, direct community users, like besides, as you said, the important thing is flexibility of use for our kids during our school day, right? But then thinking a little bit beyond that is like, how can we say soccer's been thought of, when we've been mindful of Little League, without just kind of letting it happen. And so, we would work with Little League in addition to our needs to get some input on this as well. So yes, Main Street kind of the more baseball oriented, doesn't mean you can't use it for other things out there.
Yeah,
It's
as
not
long as we,
baseball only.
yeah, which
Right.
definitely makes sense for the markings, but I do like that we're continuing to talk about the fencing because that would limit
Yeah.
the use.
And we'll get into those discussions during design.
Yeah, okay.
And is that the shade structure, solar panels, is that where those are right now?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
And do you see, the netting that's been kind of drawn in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would stop any
Yeah.
really, really strong
Yeah,
8-year-old
yeah.
from hitting a home run on the.
That's not that far. Yeah, these kids.
Or a
hit the
good
ball
fell
mile.
ball there.
Yeah.
too.
We're a baseball town, guys. These kids hit a mile.
And
There you go.
play for a little late.
Are we doing bleachers under there like we are at New Brighton?
There's bleachers that are drawn into the schematic.
Under
So-
the solar panel?
No.
No.
There's bleachers for the big kid field right now.
Oh.
So what's anything planned to be under?
There, we haven't made any plans there. There are some benches under them right now. I saw the other day.
But that's a good point, actually. You could have bleachers under the, and you get shade and
I mean, even if you reversed the direction of the baseball field, I know that's how it is right now traditionally, but what if it was reversed? And then you had the bleachers under the solar panel, and then also the fly balls are going into the
Yeah.
field.
right.
Oh, that's brilliant, actually.
Yeah.
100%, reverse them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, oh my God, that's so smart. You don't have to walk all the way across the field. Our kids
Right.
don't have to walk all that way. They're just right there. And
Yeah.
then they get to hang out in their dugouts in the shade structure,
That's true.
underneath the shade.
There you go.
God, that's so smart. Absolutely. What idiot thought of that?
Somebody's on payroll.
God, that's genius. That's such a little fix and it would be so great.
Yes, good point.
Yeah, I think. So. We'll tell the guy with the pen.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I'm looking at it, see how it would work.
Still, at that point, when we make
Yeah.
that turn, when we make that switch, it's still a schematic. Right? It's still a piece of, it's a pen, or a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And the turf is the cork?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the cork-based natural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Mhm.
Santa Cruz Gardens. I'll go to the next one, so it'll be a little more clear.
So the biggest conversation that we had at Santa Cruz Gardens was the fencing. Because they were afraid that it was going to be, that would look bad. Wouldn't fit the style of the campus with their tend to go towards more of a green school. So we talked a lot about that. And I think we have a couple of slides that would help that down the road here.
I'll share that. So basically, we're adding some fencing along the front just to protect the campus. If you remember the last iteration of this master plan, we had a lot of parking here. So that's gone. We just have some parking here for staff, but this we need. It's a fire access. Just when there is no real clear path for fire trucks to get to the back of the campus. Redoing the amphitheater with a shade structure and the fields.
And why is the fire access close to the school? Why not put that on the, move the field closer to the actual school? Which that's what the kids are using, and then any vehicles would be farther away from the kids.
There's a fire hydrant here that needs to be accessed.
And but the
Mhm.
fire lane wouldn't be
Mhm.
used as a common way of travel for anyone. So it would just be in an event of emergency.
Yeah. So there'll be a gate here, it's closed. So in case everyone's using the fire trucks, they want to go. You want to give them the fastest route possible in case there's a fire in the back of the campus.
But aren't we gonna have a road back there anyways if housing gets built over there?
Yeah.
But that wouldn't double
No,
as the
I
road.
don't know if you'll use this.
But then where would the road
Yeah,
go?
but why have two roads? I guess I hear what you're saying about the fire hydrant,
Right.
but. I mean, that seems like an awful waste of space.
Right, our hands may be tied on something like
Yeah.
this. They may make us do it.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Well,
So
there's a couple of locations for the housing, right? Housing can even come here. In the front. It
Or
doesn't have
underneath
to
the
be
shade
all
of that
the way.
tree.
But do we want housing right next to our kids in school?
I'm thinking housing's gonna go up.
Yeah, so that was my impression
So
too.
you'd have an in and out this way. There's no getting out this way.
Mhm.
Unless we do some fast talking. I don't think.
No, he's not
That's
gonna go for
really
it.
a hard sell.
Yeah.
Because
That's his
neighbors aren't
private
gonna win.
drive.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
So the housing would.
Oh, that's a
go
person's house?
In
Yeah,
here,
it's a private drive.
right there, and there's one back in here too.
Private residences up there.
Yeah.
And they use the school.
They use a
road?
little, no, they don't.
No, they have a
don't.
private road right there.
The road back here to their houses is a private drive.
Gotcha.
He's had a
Okay.
few lawsuits.
I was only down there once.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going up Santa Cruz Gardens one time and there was a fire back here. So I drove back on the private drive and it was one of these owners burning their brush. It was like, oh, geez. Anyway,
Still do that.
so I'm thinking housing goes here, you have one in and one out.
Okay.
Okay.
And then they wouldn't use the fire road.
No, they would not use.
Yeah,
Right. I think a lot of people are gonna use firework, our maintenance vehicles and the fire department.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that being a concern last time we talked about it.
Yeah.
And maybe a
That was-
teacher on the weekends.
In CKC, when they've got their car full of their Costco snacks, they are gonna be thrilled.
Sounds like you witnessed something.
Well, I know, I remember that was a pain point for them,
Oh,
you know,
look at that.
how they get all their supplies in. Yeah.
So yeah, so that's a full-size soccer field with 2 practice fields running in the other direction and a jogging track.
Again,
That's cool.
any chance we can put I mean, if it would make sense, the diamond in the, you know, the top left-hand corner,
Sure.
Yes.
closer to parking,
Yeah.
easier for kids access.
Fly balls.
Yeah,
So
that way, you know, nothing is,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
This would not be a game field. If a baseball field went in on this plan, it would only be a practice field. No dugouts, no fencing. Just a taller backstop and a field.
Is that due to the dimensions of the field?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the way it kind of
Mm.
chops it up a little
The field's
bit.
huge though.
It is huge. But
Historically, it really hasn't been used for, I mean, it's been
Right.
Well, we
T-ball
use
and
that every-
practice but never for.
and it
Yeah, no,
can
no,
definitely be a
games.
practice field.
Yeah.
We
It has
had
been.
some
You're right.
early
It was
conversations
practice for us,
about
I
turning
think.
it into a full use field, but we didn't have, back then, we didn't have the funds. And neither did Little League.
Would it be possible
Sure.
to make it an actual regulation baseball and then 2 soccer fields like this?
I think so. Got a lot of overlapping lines, but sure, why not?
It's huge, man. We might as well take advantage of it, especially if we can get revenue.
Right.
from, you know.
What are you saying?
leagues using it.
Separate the baseball out, and then have the
Yeah.
soccer?
No, I'm saying just so if you look at this, so that doesn't do it justice. If you look at this,
I see it.
yeah, no, but see, if you look at this diagram, yeah, see that one?
Yeah.
See how it's got the soccer fields, 2 soccer fields?
Those are mini. Those are not.
Right,
Yeah, they're
wide.
small.
Right, but then the baseball diamond's on the top right, so I don't know, I was thinking you'd move that to the left and make it a regulation baseball field. And you could still have the soccer practice fields, but you could also play games there and get revenue from the CCS.
Yeah, I think that's completely possible. And, you know, the baseball field, I mean, it can even go over this, right? It's
Yeah.
all one
Yeah.
surface.
And then, so texturally, the brown part, which looks like dirt, would really just be like the plasticky grass is brown and then it turns to plasticky green grass. So
No,
as you're
so
running on
this
the
is
field with a
right.
soccer ball, it's all the same field.
So
Yes.
This is a rubberized surface, so it's not rubberized, but it's a
Yep.
cork-based surface. It's a little more dense and it's like for running. And this is more like grass. It's got the.
But I'm talking about the brown dirt of the baseball field.
Yeah,
It all feels the same
All the same.
as you're running with a soccer ball.
Yeah.
Also, it's like-
Yeah, different colors.
You better wear long pants.
Yeah. And in regards to the track field, I noticed that's only 2 lanes. Is there a possibility of making that like a regulation track too?
No, yeah, I don't want to say no, but
But no.
take a lot more space.
No, it's so hard
Clarity
to
is
find track
kindness.
places
To
to,
do a regulation track, you
Yeah.
have to come around,
that's in an oval.
yeah,
Yeah.
on
Okay.
both sides.
Gotcha.
We can test it out, I'm not sure.
And elementary is usually more of a jogging path. And,
Yeah.
you know, for secondary
And-
schools like New Brighton, we want to go whole hog into. track.
Totally.
Yeah.
Like I
yeah.
said, I'm just looking
Yeah, yeah.
at, you know, we have
Youth
track at
culture,
high
yeah,
school
yeah.
and, you know, there's literally, you can't do it at, so many high schools don't have
That's
access
true.
to a track
That's
field.
true.
Yep.
So you have to go to like this one school way out there to have a track meet,
Yeah.
Mhm.
you know, and if we can host track meets, you know, it's a place where lots of different schools can come and we build
We'll
revenue.
definitely look into that. I mean, we're spending money on a full-size soccer field, so adding a little bit more for full-size track, I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
May pan out.
might be worth just looking into.
And would you go back to the map, one above this? Where were the teachers talking about with the orchard?
Go to the next one.
Next one.
Yeah, go to the next one. The schematic of the field back here. So this is the play structure. There's that kind of that dead corner back behind it.
Yeah.
So we could turf it all. And this would be like a warm-up area for a game or something, or just kids playing.
Wow.
Or maybe not put turf. These
Yeah.
are all brainstorming items with the staff, which was so much fun.
Yeah.
And they thought, well, why don't we use it to enhance what we're already doing?
Yeah.
It's like, I love an
That's
idea like that.
exciting. Yeah.
So now then, who takes care of an orchard? And, you know, and everything that goes along with having a, I don't know, half an acre farm all of a sudden on an elementary school. That's a big question, right?
Well, that's where the sustainable
have-
growing, and that
Yeah.
leads right into Callie's oven, you know?
We're gonna get a sign on.
Our whole school district's gonna be self-sustainable. We've got solar, now we just need,
Yeah.
you know, the
And they're already composting at Santa Cruz
Right,
Gardens.
right.
There you go.
Yep.
Well, here's kind of a
full cycle, full
Mm.
circle.
hopefully not a bummer question, but our neighborhoods and communities rely so much on the availability of our facilities, and so all of our schools have dog walkers.
They do.
What do we do when an entire area is turned into turf, and do we have that concern? Not just, I mean, hey, I love dogs, I have dogs, right? But how do we protect it?
Well, I think
Can we electrocute the turf?
Wow, okay, I
Just randomly.
usually I am on the opposite of that sentiment.
Public statement.
So you're saying when they access it on a Saturday
Yeah,
and
like,
they
what
don't
does that
clean-
look like? Like, what is the access of it kind of
So,
look like?
yeah, so turf does need to be cleaned
Yeah.
periodically, and
Yeah.
also that infill, we're adding something for Steve's guys to do. That infield needs to be replenished on a semi-regular basis. The field that I've done, they're not here, but somewhere else, hose bibs are built in throughout, so you can put one of those tees in there and have a hose, so you can hose something down.
Okay.
So now if you get random dogs, you know, you're not gonna know where to hose things down. So it becomes a kind of a coordinated maintenance thing to and I'm sure, I know that when the company's done installing, they do a big in-service for anybody that'll have anything to do with caring for that field, and they'll give you the ups and downs of, you know, how to infill it. They'll give you a machine that you pull behind something that'll spread out the fill. And they'll probably tell you when you need to clear it off and things like that, blow it off, leaves and things like that.
Okay.
What's your advice on putting, I know we've talked about this before, putting the dog bag things things up there? Does that encourage people to walk their
Well, I
dogs
think
there?
we
or
have
is that-
signs, I think we have signs that say no dog.
I
Right.
guess
Yeah.
my question is, do you want it to be dog friendly?
Yeah.
That's,
Because if
that's
you do
like
that,
a
then that's what's
policy
gonna happen.
question.
Is that yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
But is this all fenced in? I mean, maybe once you get through the security fencing, it's open.
Campus, I mean, now you get putting this fencing in to make campus secure, so you don't have free flow of people.
During school hours.
during school hours.
Oh, during school hours.
Is that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to open up a whole can of worms. I don't want to get us too far off the path. It was just something that
No,
I
I-
thought about when I saw all that turf. I was like, how do you deal with it? But you answered it, like, okay, so if
It's a dog
if
stream.
You hose it
well, and if the gardens, well, and yeah, and if the gardens are, I mean, maybe our other schools too, hey, like, oh, a deer wanders up and passes away, and oh
Well-
gosh, now there's a carcass
That-
on the field, like, things happen.
Been there, done that.
Those
man.
things happen.
I mean, I've had more,
Hypothetical.
Steve, I hate to tell you this, but you gotta bring a bag and a shovel. At the same time.
We've
And
seen
that is-
things at the gardens, you
Yeah,
guys.
but yeah, it's the wild, it's the Wild West up there. No. Yeah, so the things are gonna happen and maintenance has to take place.
Okay, thank you.
Our business. We had.
So this is just something that we threw out there when we were meeting with the site staff, their concerns about what fencing would look like. They didn't want to feel like prison, so we thought you can do ornamental fencing with half wall, half ornamental, or you can have a green fence. So there's many ways to deal with fencing, so that it still doesn't look like a prison.
I like those a lot better than the chain link.
Mhm.
We will not have
For sure.
chain link.
It reminds me of the river
Thank
path.
you.
at
I
first.
fight for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Same here. I hate that stuff.
Yeah.
Look, that looks.
But okay, I can't keep sending you back, because I know both of us want to go home at some point. I mean, go back another one. Yeah, so you see where the red lines are, that's where the fencing is. Now, just think of it as it is today, with no fencing. You know, anybody and their brother can drive into that parking lot.
Right.
And in 25 steps, you're right in the center of the campus.
Yeah.
And that's just not cool. That's just, there is a laundry list of bad things. Not even eliminating the worst possible thing. There's still 100 other bad things that can happen when anybody has that type of access. And like BJ has said so many times, our schools are very porous, and we need to tighten that up. And it starts with the office and making sure that when anybody comes in, that's where they have to go first.
Yeah.
They can't just walk up to room 17 and say, Johnny, here's your lunch.
Right.
You know?
Right. You're right.
Christina's been waiting
Yeah.
for like 2 hours for this one 5-minute presentation.
She's seen this.
I've seen it.
And she's had it.
I just like to be here still.
I appreciate it. So one of the big takeaways we got from the road, this was our first road show, was at New Brighton, and they were great. And one of the things they talked about was there are some places, especially on the new buildings, where the covered walkways don't connect to the building, and you have this gap, and when you walk to your door in the pouring rain, you get soaked. Well, the reason those can't be connected is because of earthquake. But you can do flashing and things.
Yeah.
And that actually came from Christina the day before, and we got it into the presentation before we went to staff. And they were, oh, are you gonna fix? Yes, we've got it. It's right here.
Oh, okay.
You know, so once again, that was really, this was also a staff that was very supportive of teacher amplification.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is, you know, which I think, having talked for the last hour, I'm feeling it. I can't imagine doing it for 6. They were like 80%, 90% yes.
Yeah.
But other sides, not so much.
And is that wiring in the classroom?
Yeah, you put a couple of wireless speakers in, you give them a little wireless mic,
Yeah.
and they can just talk like
Yeah.
Oh.
everybody can hear.
Wow.
You know, so. I just know that there's been a lot of pushback, but the teachers that I know that got over that and started to use it, they love it. And they're not as tired at the end of the day. Yeah.
So the big ticket items, of course, the fields, this is, when you're already funded for that, it's been approved, I guess, through DSA. And you're thinking of, right?
Yeah, we're real close.
So that's gonna happen very soon. The other big ticket items, all the ADA upgrades out here, modernizing building J, which is the science room.
Yay.
And that can happen pretty quickly too.
Yeah, that's cool. That's great.
Yeah.
And reconfiguring the admin. And of course fencing, which is appearing very light out here, I don't know why. But this.
Are we gonna have like a better place to put the bikes? I know there's a gazillion bikes, and it's only gonna increase, and bikes are getting, they're
Yeah.
5
Yeah.
times the size they used to be.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a bad remodel.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we need another one, we're gonna put it here, oh, we need another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something we'll have to
We could
factor in.
Yeah.
Because bikes, they're big, they're huge.
Yeah. Yeah, the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean you want one in front of the gym?
Yes, when the kids are all in practice now. with
Mm.
bikes.
Oh, okay. I think there's space over there.
That's a good idea.
Okay, there you go.
That'd be awesome.
See, living document, right here before your very eyes.
Can we go back to the fencing? I'm kind of zooming in on the diagram. I'm trying to understand like the reddish pink lines on,
Yeah, they're kind of like.
I'm just confused, like where the number 4 is.
So it's basically doing, it's doing this,
Mhm.
and then going back to this building, which is the office,
Okay. What's the,
and then the connection.
is
between
that where
the office
Carissa is? Is that little end part of the orange where Carissa is? I'm just trying to, yeah. Right.
Yes.
Okay, I was trying to like,
Yes.
okay,
That-
the
that-
annex, that's the word for it. I'm like, where
The
Carissa is.
the annex got budgeted in pretty late in the game.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure how it came, you maybe said something to us about the end, it's like, oh geez, and so we went over there. It's a really important building to the school district, and a lot of important people work out of there.
Yeah.
And it really, it's not good. It just needs some love, and so that's been factored into the budget as well.
No good,
Yeah.
really good.
The reconfiguring of the offices relatively easy. We're gonna have to put in a new front door entrance. So we can put a fence after that, so people during the day
Yeah, I have to
can
go
come
through.
in that way, UPS or a
Mm.
parent or whatever. And then the current main door can be used for staff and students and all those types of things. Shouldn't be too hard to do.
And what was the road show at New Brighton? What did they talk about?
They were worried about getting rained on. They want more shade. Shade's big everywhere. But they were really into the field and they really wanted to be reassured again that no matter what happens with the bond, the field's going.
This connection.
Oh yeah, how it all connects and how people can come in so they can still get to the park, but they're not entering security. So people walking across that field, they were concerned about that.
And is there in that parking lot up there off where kind of right where it says Monterey Avenue, you know, there's real easy access. And I understand the access security in front of the Christina's office and the kind of those main buildings right there. But it always seems to me anybody can just walk in right through where people park or we park the buses and everything. And then there's direct school access.
There is.
From that parking lot right
There
into
is.
there, and anybody, even no matter how much security we have at the front, they can just drive into where we park the buses and walk right
And
into
walk
the
in.
school.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, just something, or even block off
Between the
from the
buildings.
parking lot to the buildings, because there's only like 2 places where you can actually go from, you know, the here on the opposite ends of that building right there where there's access into the school.
Yeah.
So either like Christine was saying, either a gate, which might be a pain in the butt, because everybody's gonna have to do this, would be a whole line out there, or just some sort of a security to get into the school from the parking lot.
It could even just be a fence
Yeah.
between these 2 buildings and then seal off this so that they can't walk through there between
Right here.
right here.
Yeah, yeah,
Can be done.
we're gonna do it as well.
And is the field fenced in at New Brighton? Did I see that?
It
In a
is.
drawing?
It's between the field and the school wings, it's a 3-foot fence with numerous gates. They have to have a lot of gates because that's their evacuation place. So that has to be opened up quickly. Once again, no design. I'm sensing a rolling like 6-foot opening. So it's not just a 3-foot gate. We're
Right,
trying to get every kid out in
Yeah.
2 minutes. And then along the property line and stuff is a 6-foot fence. Just because it's harder to climb, I guess. So, yeah.
There's nothing you can do about, I mean, if somebody wants to get in, they're gonna get in.
Keeping honest people honest.
That was it. Questions?
You guys are good.
Yeah.
I love this.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you for all the hard
We're
work.
just trying to do it right. And there's no, there's no bad questions. There's no, I don't know this. That's that. No, you can't change that. That was my idea. There's none of that. So thank you so much for
Yeah.
letting us
it's a
know.
collaborative effort.
Yeah.
It's the whole district.
We'll make some changes to the schematics.
Yeah.
So I took all the notes. I'll call Ralph tomorrow. And we'll go from there about getting those put in. I just want to make sure we keep using the word schematic.
Were any schools interested in a greenhouse, perhaps St. Peter's Gardens?
Not.
No, that didn't come up.
It used to come up.
Yeah.
Back in 16, it came up a lot. That garden is amazing, but it could just use some love. It needs much better fencing. And then all the basic things that you need to run a classroom, right? You need power, you need plugs, you need internet, you need things like that. So it can be and that's not that expensive. I mean, it's probably only 200,000. That's nothing. I don't believe I said that, but it's, you got to think about it. So, water catchment is definitely on the master plan. It's a great spot for it. Like I'm trying to say to everybody, it's not enough to water the garden, but it's a great learning tool and you will get water out of it and the kids will be able to use it. It just can't be used, it can't eliminate city water.
Yeah.
Is there any contamination, like if we use runoff, because I know the fields will end up collecting a lot of water, right? Is there any contamination from using that water from the material of the fields and the corkage or anything like that? To using or somehow, I know we talked about this with the solar panels and a way to collect water at the bottom or possibly do that with the fields or something. And is there any way to do that with the fields and maybe use that water to help support the gardens there? I mean, because they have
You know
both
more, I have an
SoCal
opinion,
and.
but you probably know more. than I do.
Not really, but I think there will be a filtration process. You can't just take water runoff and then just feed it to the gardens. You can't.
Right.
There has to be a filtration process. There'll be bioswales. We have to have bioswales because the PSA is more and more not allowing. If you have, like, for example,
You said bioswale.
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 Yeah, it's swale. Yeah, I was
Bioswale.
Yeah, so basically it's a
Thanks,
swale.
Stan.
It's a
Thank you,
swale.
Christina.
Water runoff gets into that and it's filtered through the soil and the plants
Yeah.
before it gets into the stormwater.
Oh, bioswale. Okay, gotcha. So it's a natural, organic
exactly.
Yes.
way to filter the
There's
water.
one right over here, there's one on the other side of the new building, there's one over by the
Yeah.
Oh,
gym.
cool. Right on.
And the other thing that I know is that Soquel Creek Water District really wants that water going down to the aquifers.
Yeah.
They want it down, straight down. They don't want it hitting concrete and running out of the street.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't think they'd be upset if we could figure out a way to gather it and use it ourselves.
Right.
But they'd really be thrilled if that water just goes right through that field and right down into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, especially if we have an orchard, I mean, I think that would save us a lot of money with water.
Yeah.
You know, being able to water that in the garden or something.
Yeah.
And I'm sure switching gears a little bit, I know that we're using cork for our fields and cork is natural, but that SoCal Elementary School field is right by the creek. So just, I mean, that experience of walking on a field, the little bits get in your shoes and then all of a sudden you're walking across the bridge and then the bits fall off and they go in the creek. Like this is a
The cork is
natural.
the dominant thing because it's natural.
Yeah,
The downside to cork is it floats.
yeah.
So if you get a lot of rain and there's a little bit of drainage, it could float away.
Oh, wow.
I did a field that used ground up olive pits, still 100% natural, and they don't float. So they stay down where they're supposed to stay. So I think there's options. We all talk about cork, and I'm not here to Mr. Know-it-all tell you guys you got to use this, this, and this. I'm just saying there are options if cork doesn't work.
But I mean,
So-
we're really investigating the environmental impact, just that the creek is right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
So that's part of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to.
Yep. Good call. So there's options. The cork is.
Yeah.
Cork needs to be refurbished more often,
Mm.
I think, because of its ability.
So what's that? So are you saying there's maintenance fees like refurbishing all of these fields?
Yeah, the district is gonna have to buy cork sometimes.
Mm.
Big bags of cork and have them
Mhm.
delivered and put them in this machine and they just drive it around and it spreads it out like a fertilizer. Just to fill it in,
Oh,
'cause that
that's-
stuff doesn't stay forever.
Okay.
Kind of like sand in a sandbox, right? Every now and then.
But in the
Sand.
in the big picture, if you did natural fields, you know.
Oh, yeah, I'm
It's
sure.
gonna last you 4 years.
Right.
What's the groundskeeper's name? I'm sorry.
Hector.
Hector. So Hector mowing them once a week, he's gonna be infilling them once every 3 months.
Yeah.
So, you know,
But that's interesting to maybe use a different material at Soquel Elementary. Like you're saying, olive pits that are heavier, that might need less replenishing just because the creek is right there. Mm,
Yeah.
just an idea.
Consider.
Save your pits.
yeah. Right.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
It's going down.
Thank you.
We appreciate
Yeah.
it. See you.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, thank you. You can hang out for the action?
I'm gonna stay for the action.
Okay,
I'm
thank you
keeping
so
it
much.
separate.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night, BJ.
Night.
Unless you want me to do it all over again from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm just.
It'd probably go a lot quicker.
Maybe this is not.
Do we need a 3-minute break?
You're interested, right? If
Yeah.
you're not interested.
Engaged, yeah.
So, what?
Yeah, questions are always great. That's what helps us like to get everything weeded out and everything. And sometimes we all think of something different, like, oh, I didn't think about that, or that was great, great point. So
Yeah.
I think it's awesome.
Do we need a 3-minute break or are we good?
I'm okay, I just wanted to stretch.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that thorough, in-depth facilities master plan presentation. Moving on to discussion regarding board law 9010, public statements.
Okay, so this board bylaw is about public statements. And the big change is regarding differentiating when a board member is making a statement as an individual versus representing the board. And so I know, at least one of you I know on your social media accounts, make that very clear, like that this is, I'm representing myself, I'm not representing the board. And the other part of this is that, oh, I just lost my train of thought, sorry. Yeah, so that's an important part, to just be really clear about when a board member is expressing themselves as an individual versus a member of the board. No, I got it. And the other part is that there was a recent court ruling that there was a question of, okay, so let's say you have your own social media account and you put on, you don't allow comments, or you don't allow, you block somebody. Like, are you then squashing somebody's First Amendment rights? And the answer is no, unless in that setting you have been vested with the power of representing the board, right? And so it's just really important then to be clear about whether this is your own account or whether this is representing the board as a whole. And so you can do all of those things, you can have all those restraints, you can have control of that, as long as, like, I'm representing the board as a board president and I'm going to shut you down. That would be a violation of somebody's First Amendment rights. So it's just clarifying that and making sure that there's no mix up between the two roles.
Do we have a board spokesperson?
President, right?
You.
So,
It's you.
so, and this, I'm glad you asked that, because, I think our governance handbook is really in line with that, in almost all instances it references, like, if there's to be somebody to speak on behalf of the board, it's the board president, so that there's clear roles.
Can I ask, is there a reason that this came up at this point in time? What's the impetus?
Because of that law, because of the court ruling, and
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I
So
think
nothing
what it-
specific that any of us.
Oh, no, nothing here.
Mhm.
This is
Okay.
just, it happens at, at a state level, and the CSBA goes, oh, that happened there. There was a court ruling. Let's make a change to our boilerplate board policy to protect everybody else. So there was a court ruling. I'm sure it was somebody that had their own account, and somebody's, and they blocked somebody, or they curtailed the kind of comments they could make, and somebody said, hey, you're a board member, you're blocking my First Amendment rights to be able to say that, this. And it's like, no, I'm not representing the board as a whole. These are my individual views.
I should probably know this, but do we even have a board Facebook page or Insta or anything?
We have a district one. No.
Okay, no, there's nothing like the board has.
No, but like I don't really use it much anymore, but I had one that was like just for me as a trustee, like when I
You were the one I was thinking.
it was me. I was like guilty, but I followed.
You were ahead, it was
It
Amanda.
was me. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I when I ran, like I had to have a pretty big campaign. Like it was actually like a really contested election, or and so then I felt like, wow, there are all these people who are interested in what I'm doing. I feel like I want people to know what I'm doing as a trustee. So I had this page, and for years, I was really diligent about like always posting like, oh, we have a meeting coming up. Here's the link to the agenda, and never like, come to this one because we're going to talk about this.
Yeah.
And here's how I feel about that. It's never like that, but also like, what do you do if someone then comments and says, well, I really hope you guys talk about X, Y, and Z. So I had gotten good advice at a CSBA conference, like, put that disclaimer, like anything on here, it's just my own individual opinion. I don't speak on, even when I was president, like this still is just like informational, not speaking on behalf of the board. But since CSBA, I think it was last year, maybe even in the year before, there were some, court decisions and just some other things that have gone down in other districts where they kind of said, well, just be careful, right? You don't want to get yourself into a situation again where there is some type of public debate on your page. And it's just really hard, like finding the right balance. Like
Sure.
you want to be like really open and accessible, I think, but also there can be downsides to not accidentally creating a situation where you're squashing anyone's opinion. So we're small, it hasn't come up for us, but I understand where it's coming from, and it makes good sense also. And yeah, Kelly, back in the olden days, I think when we had like more print media, that was definitely a thing. The newspaper, whoever was on the education beat, would like call the board president or email the board president wanting a statement on things. And I really, the first time I was president, I was like, oh, I would get that hairline sweat, like I'm be on the spot, So I appreciate it. In recent years, it feels like they go to superintendents more often now than to have board presidents. Yeah, so, yeah, board president has that option, but when I was president, I appreciated it if I wasn't in the hot seat.
And then I'm remembering we recently passed a board policy about social media use, board member social media use. How does that fit into this?
That was, I mean, this is specifically talking
just-
about whether you're like whether this counts as a public statement or not. Social media use is just you know, that one was more to be mindful of, like, think about the Brown Act in that you're not inadvertently kind of creating a quorum on a social media account and just
Now, they're even saying if you like, the board member likes a topic, that means it's a yes vote. So, yeah, that's coming around
Do
too.
we have social media recommendations in our handbook for board members?
I believe so. I'd have to go back and double check.
Hmm.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
That might be a nice thing to just think through or just peek at our.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can add that to the next revision.
Yeah. Great. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you so much for that.
Bring that back for the second reading.
This is, oh, bring it back for the second reading?
No, I said we'll bring it back next time. for the
Yes.
Second reading. Yep.
Yes, perfect, thank you. All right, moving on to action items, consider approval of district request for the program management services RFQ.
Yes, so this is technically our next steps for our bond projects, so we can make sure we stay on our tight timeline. And so by having this action item approved tonight, we can then go ahead and post and solicit requests for qualified program managers to submit their applications to us, and then we can start the review process and so forth.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Could you give me like the second grade version of it?
I'm not kidding. So a program manager, what they do is they assist us with the financial needs. So they're the ones who kind of go over all the financials to make sure, okay, so the architect's in line with X, Y, and Z projects, and we have X amount of funds, and yes, we have enough to cover those costs and so forth. So they help us with the execution of the program management along with the architectural needs. So
This is what Rick was. Thank you.
Yes.
This was Rick,
Yeah.
not Greg.
When you
Check.
ask for a second grade of, thought, they look at me.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that one else.
well, I tried.
Great.
I might have did
You're
kindergarten.
46.
I mean,
Is Rick still in the business?
He is.
He
He's been
is.
absorbed and absorbed and
Oh.
absorbed. One of those kind of business things. Yeah. By bigger and bigger companies.
Yeah.
National.
So it's really a project manager for the bond
Yes.
and the
Yeah.
projects.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All right, this is an action item. So do I have
I'll make the motion to consider the approval of district request for qualifications RFQ of program management services for SUESD.
excellent. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. 9B, consider approval of the RFQ request for qualifications of the architect services.
So instead of this one being part of the financials, this is the architect services. So all the building, all the schematics and so forth, and executing all those functions for bond projects. And it's same thing. We're would have to post and we would receive all the applications and review and find the best candidate out there.
How is this different from 1906?
19.6 is an architect.
So, but this is. How is this different? Don't we already have a contract with 1906?
We have a
For the
contract
field.
form for the field.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
And-
okay.
and the
got it.
And we have a
facilities
contract
master,
form for
yeah.
master planning.
Got
We
it.
don't
Yes.
have a contract form for any of the bond.
Yeah, so this
Okay.
is to start our bond process. So now we're going through the motions.
Okay.
For the bond process to make sure that we get everything in order for when we do have the official, green light that we have everything ready to go.
This is all a very impressive timeline, you know, I mean, have the
I feel like we're
RFQs.
starting running, you know?
RFQs, yeah. Questions by December 2nd, responses by December 9th, like, yeah.
We're trying.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'll make the motion to
Questions
consider.
or comments? We're done. All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to consider approval of district request for qualifications of architect services for SUESD.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Architect RFQ passes.
Thanks for staying, Jim.
Yeah, unless I'm the representative for SELPA.
You've got enough on your plate.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thanks. All right, 9C, consider approval of the proposed district representative for the SELPA.
So at a recent board meeting, we identified the parent representative for this important group. And tonight we're asking the board to consider approving this staff representative. And it's an amazing teacher, our preschool SDC teacher over at Santa Cruz Gardens, Courier. So couldn't think of somebody better to represent the district and be on this team.
Who is it?
Laura Courier is the preschool SDC teacher at Santa Cruz Gardens.
Wow, 18 years of experience.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
an early
well, we were
childhood
very
special
lucky
educator.
that she came over.
Wonderful.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you to Laura.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yeah.
We'll pass that on.
Wonderful. All right, so this is an action item. Do we have a motion to approve?
I would love to make the motion to approve our proposed district representative to SELPA, Laura Courier.
All right, I would be happy to second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on 9D, consider approval of the date and time of the annual organization meeting for our board.
Sometimes I think of this as the epitome of bureaucracy in a good way. We have to have an agenda item to set a meeting for the next meeting.
Wow.
So, but by law, we have to identify, we have to have the annual organization meeting. Obviously, this is where we nominate and elect officers, president and vice president, as well as committee members and that sort of thing. And in order to make sure that this all happens when it's supposed to happen, I think it was a few years ago that this extra piece that you have to have a meeting to say when your organizational meeting's gonna happen. Yeah. So fortunately, you can see the guidelines there and, we get those in advance and check and make sure that they're falling in line when we're planning to have our December meeting. And fortunately it does. And so just asking the board to approve the date of the regular board meeting that's already approved, but that's going to be our annual organization meeting as well.
All right, any questions or comments?
I guess my only request
Mhm.
is in advance, it's super helpful for us, and I think we usually do this. Part of the annual organizational meeting is talking about which committee
Yeah.
assignments we each take, and if at all possible, if in that description, there's kind of an explanation of when and how that committee meets, whether it's virtual or in person,
Great.
and as much as we know.
Absolutely.
That's super
yes.
helpful.
Yeah, it's also put in my mind that I need to get
second
the joint leadership committee going. I've let that get kind of dormant, so we'll reboot that one back up.
Yeah.
Well, there's also been a lot of changes to the Capitola
Yeah.
leadership.
Yeah, it'll be
so-
a good time once everybody's kind of
Yeah.
reconvened, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So, but yeah, we will get some
And
descriptions.
4 of us get sworn in again at that meeting.
That's right. Yeah.
It's a lot.
So thankful.
That's
that
right.
all of you ran.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the date and time for the annual organization meeting.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes. As always, send us your correspondence, future agenda items. May I have a motion of adjournment?
I'll make the no, it's Ted. It's after 9.
I'll make.
Yeah, that's Ted. It's.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you, George.
Yeah, George.